Welcome to the Moonlit Archive. Tonight, 4 machines from the ancient world that modern engineers still cannot fully explain. A device with 37 interlocking bronze gears, found in a shipwreck and ignored for half a century. A bronze giant that patrolled an island 3 times a day, hurling boulders at any ship that dared approach. A liquid weapon that burned on water and could not be extinguished, so terrifying that its formula was classified as a state secret for 700 years. And a small clay jar, found in the outskirts of Baghdad, that appears to be an electric battery built 2,000 years before anyone understood what electricity was. 4 inventions, 4 impossibilities, 4 quiet arguments that genius is not new, only rediscovered. Settle in. The lights are low, the archive is open. Welcome to the Moonlit Archive. Tonight's entry, the ancient computer that shouldn't exist. In 1901, sponge divers off a small Greek island pulled something from the seafloor that should not exist. It was a computer, built more than 2,000 years ago. The device was no larger than a shoebox. Inside its corroded bronze casing, researchers would eventually count more than 30 interlocking gears, precision-cut teeth, some barely a millimeter across, meshing in arrangements that would not be seen again in any surviving mechanism for 14 centuries. It tracked the cycles of the sun and moon. It predicted lunar and solar eclipses decades in advance. It mapped the wandering paths of the 5 planets visible to the naked eye: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and it modeled their motion using a theory of the cosmos that would not be published in Europe until Copernicus in 1543. When the fragments were first recovered, no one understood what they were looking at. For decades, the corroded mass sat in a museum drawer. It took X-ray imaging in the 1970s to reveal the gearwork hidden inside. It took 21st century CT scanning, the same technology used to image the interior of a living brain, to read the tiny Greek inscriptions buried between the layers of bronze, instructions etched by a maker whose name we still do not know. The machine had no power source, no electricity. You turned it with a hand crank, and the gears translated that single rotation into dozens of simultaneous outputs, pointers and dials spinning at different speeds on different scales, each one tracking a different cycle of the sky. One full turn of the input knob advanced the display by 1 solar day. 76 turns moved through an entire Ka-Lip-Ik cycle, a 76-year correction to the Greek calendar, so precise that it drifts from modern atomic timekeeping by only a few hours per century. No written record describes it. No ancient author mentions it by name. Whatever tradition of knowledge produced this device, the school, the workshop, the line of masters who taught the craft, that tradition was broken. Lost. The gears seized with salt and calcium carbonate at the bottom of the Aegean, and the world built nothing like it again until medieval clockmakers in 14th century Europe began, unknowingly, to reinvent what had already been invented. But before we understand what it computed, and who might have built it, and what it tells us about a civilization we thought we knew, we need to go back to the moment it was found. To a morning in 1900, off the coast of a tiny island between Crete and the Greek mainland. To a crew of men who made their living diving for sponges. And to the wreck, they stumbled onto 60 meters below the surface, a Roman cargo ship, resting on a shelf of rock where it had settled roughly 2,000 years before. The island was called Antikythera, a narrow strip of limestone rising from deep water, caught in the strait where the Sea of Crete meets the open Mediterranean. Currents run hard through that channel. Fishermen knew it, and divers knew it, the kind of place where the sea gives nothing up easily. The year was 1900. The captain of the sponge boat was Dimitrios Kontos, and his crew had been working the coastline of North Africa before a storm pushed them to shelter in Antikythera's small harbor. When the weather broke, they decided to try the local waters before heading home. One of the divers, a man named Antikythera, went down first. Settle in. The story moves slowly, between two millennia, between two islands, between two men who touched the same bronze. There is no hurry. The mechanism waited 20 centuries to be understood. It can wait a little longer for you. If you drift off before the gears are decoded, that is perfectly fine. They will still be turning when you return. They have always been turning. Even at the bottom of the sea, even in the dark, even under centuries of silt and silence, the gears remember what they were built to do. And so do we. The water closes over him. Antikythera descends feet first, pulled by a flat stone weighing perhaps 30 pounds, the Scandalope, the diving stone, gripped between his feet. The stone falls and he falls with it, dropping through the water column at a rate that modern divers would consider reckless. The light changes as he goes. Blue becomes blue-gray. Blue-gray becomes gray. Gray becomes a dim, underwater twilight that is not darkness, but is not light either, a half-world. A liminal space where shapes appear and dissolve at the edge of vision. The pressure builds. At 60 meters, the water exerts roughly 6 times the atmospheric pressure at the surface. His canvas suit compresses around him. His ears ache, then pop, then ache again. His breathing through the rubber hose becomes more labored. The hand pump above is designed for shallower work, and at this depth, the air arrives thin and insufficient. He breathes carefully. He moves slowly. He knows the limits. The air comes through the hose in pulses, each stroke of the hand pump above delivering a burst of compressed air that the diver breathes in gratefully, expanding his lungs against the water pressure that is trying to compress them. The taste of the air is specific: rubber from the hose, oil from the pump, a faint metallic tang from the brass fittings. The diver learns to read the air. If the flow weakens, the pump operator above is tiring. If the flow becomes irregular, the hose may be kinked. If the flow stops entirely, the diver has perhaps 2 minutes of air in his suit before he must begin to ascend or die. Every sponge diver knew about the bends. They did not call it that, they called it the sickness, or the paralysis, or simply the pain. They knew that men who came up too fast from deep water sometimes lost the feeling in their legs, or collapsed on the deck writhing, or died within hours of surfacing. They did not know why. The science of decompression sickness, the formation of nitrogen bubbles in the blood and tissues during rapid ascent, would not be understood until 1907, when John Scott Haldane published his decompression tables for the Royal Navy. In 1901, the sponge divers of Sea Me had only experience. They knew that coming up slowly was safer. They knew that resting on the way was safer still. And they knew that sometimes, even if you did everything right, the sickness came anyway. Alias had been diving since he was 13. He was now, we do not know his exact age, but most Sea Me sponge divers began as boys, apprenticed to their fathers or uncles, learning the trade by watching and then doing. By the time a diver was 20, he had been to the bottom of the sea 1,000 times. By 30, his body carried the evidence: the joint pain, the hearing loss, the subtle neurological damage that accumulated over years of repeated pressure exposure. Many divers did not reach 40. The profession consumed them. But the profession was all they had. The sponge trade was Sea Me's economy. The island's fleet of sponge boats, perhaps 200 vessels at its peak, ranged across the eastern Mediterranean every spring, from the Dodecanese to North Africa, from Crete to the coast of Egypt. The sponges they harvested were sold in Athens, in Constantinople, in London, and Paris. They were used for bathing, for painting, for medical dressing, for the delicate cleaning of jewelry and fine instruments. The sponge was a luxury product, and the men who harvested it were working-class heroes on an island that had little else to offer the world. The dive that changed history was not supposed to be unusual. The crew had anchored off Antikythera to wait out a storm. The captain, Dimitrios Kondos, an experienced diver himself, suggested they use the downtime to scout the bottom for sponge beds. Alias volunteered to go down first. He landed on the sea floor in a cloud of silt. The silt is fine on that slope. a mixture of mineral particles, decomposed marine organisms, and the slow accumulation of material that has been settling through the water column for millennia. It rises at the slightest disturbance, a footfall, a current, the displacement of a body arriving from above, and hangs in the water like smoke, reducing visibility to nothing. Elias waited. He crouched on the bottom, breathing slowly through the hose, listening to the rush of air and the pulse of blood in his ears, and waited for the silt to settle. It took perhaps 30 seconds, perhaps a minute. The particles drifted downward, the water cleared, and the shapes emerged. They were everywhere, half buried in the sediment, scattered across a rocky slope, encrusted with coral and sea growth but still recognizable, human forms. Arms, legs, torsos, heads. A bronze horse, green with verdigris, lying on its side. A marble figure twice life-size, its face eroded but its pose still graceful. And between the statues, smaller objects, amphoras, glass vessels, pottery, coins. The debris field of a shipwreck, spread across the bottom by 2,000 years of current and silt. Elias did not stay long. The depth was dangerous, and the vision was disorienting. The shapes in the dim water looked, he said later, like a battlefield. Like the dead after a war, lying where they had fallen, undisturbed. He grabbed the first object his hand found, the bronze hand, broken at the wrist, and began his ascent. When he surfaced and showed the hand to Khan Doze, the captain was skeptical. He thought Elias was suffering from nitrogen narcosis, the rapture of the deep, the confusion and euphoria that can affect divers at depth. He went down himself to check. He came up with a bronze head. The word went out. The Greek government was notified. The Royal Hellenic Navy dispatched a ship, the transport vessel Mythology, to supervise a formal salvage operation. The Simi divers, who had expected to spend the spring harvesting sponges, found themselves instead pulling antiquities from the sea floor, working at depths that tested the limits of their equipment and their bodies. 2 divers died during the salvage. One was named Yos Kritikos. He surfaced from a deep dive, complained of a headache, and was dead within the hour, a massive nitrogen embolism, a bubble of gas in the bloodstream, blocking a vessel in the brain. He was not the last. Several others were permanently paralyzed. Others lost hearing in one or both ears. The work lasted 9 months, from November 1900 through September 1901, though the most intensive period was the spring and summer, when the weather allowed regular dives. The divers brought up dozens of bronze and marble statues, glassware, pottery, jewelry, coins, and one corroded lump of metal that no one could identify. The bronze statues came up green. The marble came up white, or nearly. The sea had bleached them, stripped them of any paint that might once have colored their surfaces, leaving them ghostly, pale, like figures emerging from a dream. The mechanism came up looking like a rock. A greenish, mineral-encrusted rock, roughly the size of a large dictionary, weighing perhaps 30 pounds. It did not gleam. It did not impress. It looked like something the sea had chewed and spat out. The lump was set aside. The statues were celebrated. Here is something worth knowing about the salvage. It was the first major underwater archaeological excavation in history. Before Antikythera, the idea of systematically recovering artifacts from a deepwater shipwreck was unprecedented. The Greek government, the Royal Hellenic Navy, the archaeologists from the National Museum, none of them had done anything like this before. They were inventing the discipline of underwater archaeology in real time, on the fly, with equipment that was designed for sponge harvesting and a crew that was trained for commercial diving, not scientific recovery. The mistakes were inevitable. Artifacts were damaged during recovery, bronze figures dented against the ship's hull as they were hauled up, marble limbs broken by clumsy handling. The site was not mapped. The positions of objects on the seafloor were not recorded. Information about the spatial relationship between artifacts, information that modern marine archaeologists consider essential, was lost. And the corroded lump that would turn out to be the most important object in the wreck was treated with no more care than any other piece of debris. The divers did not know, they could not have known. They were sponge fishermen, doing the best they could with what they had, risking their lives in water that was too deep and too cold for the equipment they were using. They deserve credit, not blame. They found the wreck. They recovered the cargo. They gave the world one of the greatest archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. The fact that they did not recognize the significance of one particular corroded lump is not a failure. It is a reminder that discovery is not a single moment. It is a process. And the process, for the Antikythera Mechanism, would take over a century to complete. And 2,000 years before any of this happened, on the island of Rhodes, a craftsman lit his lamp and began to cut a gear. The bronze is warm. Not hot, not like the ingot fresh from the furnace, which glows orange and sings when the hammer strikes it. This warmth is subtler. The warmth of metal that has been held in the hands, worked with files and punches and engraving tools, polished with fine sand until the surface catches the lamplight and throws it back in a golden blur. Bronze that has been handled for days becomes warm in a way that is personal, imprinted with the heat of the craftsman's hands, responsive to his touch, almost alive. He works in a small room, a workshop, an ergoster eon in the Greek, on the island of Rhodes in the city of Rhodes sometime around the year 100 before the Common Era. We do not know his name. We will never know his name. The mechanism that he is building, the most sophisticated piece of technology in the ancient world, bears no maker's mark, no inscription that identifies its creator. We know it was made. We know roughly where and roughly when. But the person who made it is invisible. He exists only in the precision of his work. The workshop is small but well-equipped. A workbench, heavy, wooden, scarred with the marks of 1,000 projects. An anvil, not the blacksmith's anvil, massive and crude, but a jeweler's anvil, small and precise, with a flat, polished face no larger than a man's palm. Files, dozens of them, in graduated sizes, from coarse rasps for shaping to needle files so fine that their teeth are barely visible. Punches. Gravers. A bow drill, a simple rotary tool, powered by the back and forth motion of a bow, capable of drilling holes in bronze with startling accuracy. And the bronze itself, sheets and discs and blanks, cut to rough size, waiting to be shaped. The lamp is olive oil. It burns with a warm, golden light, not bright by modern standards, but sufficient. The craftsman has been working by lamplight since he was an apprentice. His eyes are trained to it. He can see the gleam of a file mark, the shadow of an imperfection, the precise moment when a gear tooth reaches its final shape, all by the soft, flickering light of burning oil. There is a smell in the workshop. The smell of bronze filings, a sharp, metallic smell, slightly sweet, like copper pennies warmed in the hand. The smell of olive oil, used to lubricate the files and prevent the bronze from clogging their teeth. The smell of the lamp, warm, slightly smoky, the particular fragrance of burning olive oil that was the background scent of every interior space in the ancient Mediterranean. And beneath these, fainter, the smell of the sea, because Rhodes is an island, and the sea is always present, its salt carried on every breeze that enters through the workshop's narrow window. He is cutting gears. This is the part that still astonishes modern engineers. Not the idea of gears, gears had existed for centuries, used in mills and water-lifting devices and simple machines throughout the Greek and Roman world. What astonishes is the precision. The gears in the Antikythera Mechanism have triangular teeth, hand-cut, hand-filed, spaced with a regularity that implies the use of a dividing plate or some equivalent tool for ensuring even spacing. The teeth are roughly 1.5 millimeters wide. The gears mesh with each other smoothly, without binding, without excessive play. The tolerances are comparable to those of a good 19th century pocket watch. 1.5 millimeters, in the 1st century before Christ. Cut by hand, by lamplight, with files and gravers and a level of skill that we cannot fully explain, because the training that produced this level of craftsmanship has left no record. We have no manuals, no textbooks, no apprenticeship documents. We have only the gears themselves, which speak more eloquently than any manual could. The craftsmen work slowly. A single gear might take a day. The mechanism will eventually contain at least 30 gears. Some estimates place the number closer to 40, arranged in a complex, interlocking system that is unlike anything else in the ancient world. Each gear must mesh precisely with its neighbors. Each must turn at the correct ratio to the others. An error in a single tooth, a fraction of a millimeter too wide, a fraction too narrow, would propagate through the entire system, throwing off calculations, jamming the mechanism, rendering weeks of work useless. He works in silence, or near silence, the soft scrape of the file, the tap of the hammer, the hiss of bronze dust being blown from a freshly cut surface. The sounds of precision. The sounds of a man who is measuring his work not in hours, but in fractions of a millimeter. There is a rhythm to the cutting. A gear tooth is not shaped in one pass. It is roughed out first, the file held at an angle, removing material in broad strokes, defining the triangular profile. Then refined, a finer file, smaller strokes, the profile sharpened, the sides flattened. Then finished, the finest file, barely touching the surface, removing material in quantities too small to see, guided by touch rather than sight. The craftsman's fingers run along the tooth. He feels the profile. He feels whether the angle is correct, whether the surface is smooth, whether the tooth will mesh cleanly with its neighbor. His fingers are his instruments. They are calibrated by years of practice to detect variations that his eyes cannot see. He does not have calculus. He does not have trigonometry in the formal algebraic sense. He has geometry, the geometry of Euclid, which was 3 centuries old by his time, and which every educated Greek studied as a matter of course. He has astronomy, the accumulated observations of Babylonian and Egyptian and Greek astronomers, spanning centuries, recording the positions of the stars and planets with a precision that modern instruments have confirmed to be remarkable. And he has something else, something harder to quantify, something that we might call mechanical intuition. The ability to hold in his mind a system of interlocking movements, 30 gears turning at different rates, driving pointers across dials, encoding the motions of celestial bodies in the language of bronze, and to build it, 1 gear at a time, without error. This is what we lost. Not the gears themselves, gears can be reinvented. Not the astronomy that was preserved in texts, transmitted through the Islamic world, eventually recovered by Europe. What we lost was the synthesis, the ability to combine mathematical knowledge with mechanical skill. The tradition that said, if you can calculate it, you can build it. The chain of master and apprentice, stretching back centuries, that produced a person capable of translating the motions of the cosmos into bronze. When the Roman world fell, the chain broke. The workshops closed. The apprentices found no masters. The customers who had commissioned astronomical instruments lost interest or lost wealth or simply died. And the knowledge, the accumulated knowledge of centuries of craft, the intuitive understanding of how bronze behaves under a file, how gears mesh, how a gear train can be designed to produce a specific ratio, that knowledge went silent. Not erased, not destroyed by fire or war. Just. Not passed on, not taught to the next person. Not spoken aloud in a workshop on a quiet evening, master to student, the way it had been spoken for generations. The silence was so complete that when the mechanism was finally found, 2,000 years later, the first scientists to examine it did not believe it was real. They thought it was a hoax, or a medieval artifact accidentally mixed with the ancient cargo, because nothing they knew about the ancient world suggested that such a thing was possible. And yet it was possible. It was not only possible, it was achieved. The mechanism exists, it was built, it worked, and its existence forces us to confront a truth that is simultaneously thrilling and humbling. We do not know what the ancient world was capable of. We know only what survived. And most of what they made, most of what they knew, most of what they built, most of what they thought did not survive. The Antikythera Mechanism is the exception. It is the single thread that escaped the fire, the single voice that survived the silence. And if one such device existed, how many others were there? What else was made and lost and forgotten? We will never know. The sea keeps its secrets. The workshops are dust. The craftsmen are nameless. But the mechanism, this one, corroded, fragmentary, miraculous mechanism, tells us that the silence is not the same as absence, that the things we have lost are not the same as the things that never existed. But the craftsman knew it was possible. He was building it, one gear at a time, in a workshop on Rhodes, by lamplight, in the quiet hours of a Mediterranean evening. The ship was Roman. Or rather, it was a ship operating in the Roman commercial sphere, a large merchant vessel, perhaps 40 meters long, carrying a cargo of extraordinary value from the eastern Mediterranean toward Italy. The cargo manifest, reconstructed from what the divers recovered, reads like a catalog of Greek civilization's greatest hits. Bronze statues, original works, not copies, including a life-sized figure of a youth that is now one of the finest Greek bronzes in existence. Marble sculptures, some original, some Roman copies of famous Greek works. Glassware, delicate vessels from the workshops of the Levant, blown and colored in styles that suggest the 1st century BCE. Pottery, coins, jewelry, and luxury goods of every description. The ship was carrying Greek art to Rome. This was not unusual. By the 1st century BCE, Rome had conquered the Greek world, and Roman collectors had developed an insatiable appetite for Greek art. The great houses of the Roman aristocracy were decorated with Greek bronzes and marbles, originals when they could be obtained, copies when they could not. Greek art was the ultimate status symbol. A Roman senator who could display an original Praxit, LEs, or Lysippos in his atrium was making a statement about his wealth, his taste, and his connection to the civilization that Rome had conquered and could not stop admiring. Here is a detail about the cargo that I think is worth pausing for. Among the objects recovered from the wreck were coins, silver tetradrachms, minted at Pergamon, dating to the 1st century BCE, and pottery transportum for as, the standard shipping containers of the ancient world, tall and narrow with pointed bases designed to fit into sand-filled racks in the hold. Some of the AM for as still contain traces of their original contents: wine, olive oil, the dried residue of fish sauce. The ship was not merely carrying art. It was carrying the material culture of the Greek world, the wine for the table, the oil for the lamp, the art for the wall. A complete package, a civilization compressed into a cargo hold. The ship sailed from the eastern Mediterranean, from Rhodes or one of the nearby islands, based on the pottery and coins found in the wreck. Rhodes was a logical point of origin. In the 1st century BCE, Rhodes was one of the great trading centers of the eastern Mediterranean, a free city, wealthy, cosmopolitan, famous for its schools of philosophy and rhetoric and its tradition of scientific and technological innovation. The Colossus of Rhodes, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, had stood at the harbor entrance 2 centuries earlier. It was gone by then, toppled by an earthquake, but its memory lingered. Rhodes was a place where great things were made. The ship's route would have taken it westward across the Mediterranean, past Crete, past the southern Pel o Po Nice, past the small island of Antikythera that sat in the strait between them. The strait was treacherous. Strong currents, unpredictable winds, rocky shores with few safe harbors. Ships passed through quickly when they could and sheltered behind Antikythera when they could not. This ship did not make it through. We do not know exactly what happened. A storm, most likely. The Mediterranean is prone to sudden, violent storms, particularly in the autumn months, when the seasonal winds shift and the sea turns from placid to dangerous without warning. The ship may have been driven against the rocks. It may have taken on water in heavy seas. It may have been overloaded. The cargo was immensely heavy, bronze and marble weighing tons, and a ship carrying too much weight sits low in the water and is vulnerable to waves that a lighter vessel would ride over. Whatever the cause, the ship went down in deep water off the northeast coast of Antikythera, settling on a rocky slope at a depth of roughly 60 meters. The crew, how many, we do not know, but the skeletal remains of at least 4 individuals were recovered from the wreck, went with it. The cargo scattered across the sea floor as the wooden hull broke apart, and the bronze and marble figures tumbled into the silt. And the mechanism, the bronze computer, the most sophisticated device in the ancient world, sank with them, landing in the darkness, in the cold, in the silence that would last for 20 centuries. The wood rotted. The hull dissolved into the sediment over centuries, leaving only the cargo, which was stone and metal, and did not rot, scattered across the bottom in a debris field roughly 50 meters long. The bronze figures developed a thick coating of vert de gris, the green patina of corroded copper alloy, and then a further layer of marine incrustation, as corals and sea organisms colonized their surfaces. The mechanism corroded differently. Its thin bronze plates, some less than 2 millimeters thick, were slowly eaten by the salt water, the gears fusing together as corrosion products filled the spaces between them, locking the mechanism into a single, solid mass. The sea preserved and destroyed in equal measure. It kept the bronze from the oxygen that would have corroded it to dust on land. It kept the temperature stable. The deep Mediterranean holds a nearly constant temperature year-round, roughly 14 degrees Celsius, cool enough to slow chemical reactions, warm enough to prevent the kind of ice damage that destroys artifacts in colder waters. But it froze the mechanism in place. The gears locked, the inscriptions obscured, the internal structure hidden beneath layers of mineral deposit that would take modern technology to penetrate. Here is a detail that haunts marine archaeologists. The mechanism was bronze. Bronze survives in salt water far better than iron, which rusts to nothing within decades. If the mechanism had been made of iron, as many medieval devices were, it would have vanished entirely. There would be nothing to find. No gears, no inscriptions, no evidence that it had ever existed. The choice of bronze was not deliberate. The craftsman used bronze because it was the material available, the material his tradition worked in, the material that could be filed to the precision he needed. But it was that choice, that accidental, unconscious, tradition-driven choice, that preserved the device for 2,000 years. If the tradition had used iron, we would know nothing. The greatest technological achievement of the ancient world would have rusted into oblivion, and we would still believe that the ancients could not build machines. For 2,000 years, the mechanism sat on the sea floor. 2,000 years of currents moving across it. 2,000 years of silt settling over it. 2,000 years of fish swimming past it, of octopuses sheltering in its crevices, of the slow, patient work of the sea transforming a precision instrument into a corroded lump. And then Aelia Stadiates dropped his diving stone into the water and went down to look for sponges. He knew the sky. This sounds simple, but it is not. Knowing the sky, truly knowing it, in the way that an ancient Greek astronomer knew it, meant understanding a system of extraordinary complexity without any of the tools that modern astronomers take for granted. No telescopes, no spectroscopes, no photography, no computers, only the naked eye, patient observation, and centuries of accumulated records. The craftsmen on Rhodes had access to this knowledge. Rhodes was home to one of the ancient world's great astronomical traditions. Hipparchus, arguably the greatest astronomer of antiquity, had worked on Rhodes in the 2nd century BCE, perhaps a generation or two before the mechanism was built. Hipparchus had cataloged the positions of over 800 stars. He had discovered the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that causes the positions of the stars to shift over millennia. He had developed a trigonometric system for calculating the positions of celestial bodies. And he had done all of this with nothing but his eyes and his mind and a sighting instrument called a dioptra. The mechanism encodes Hipparchus's work. This is one of the most striking things about it. The lunar model built into the gears, a sophisticated system that tracks the moon's position, speed, and anomaly, closely matches the mathematical tables that Hipparchus developed. It is possible, some scholars think probable, that the mechanism was built by a craftsman who had studied under Hipparchus, or who had access to Hipparchus's unpublished notes, or who belonged to a workshop tradition that Hipparchus had influenced. There is a fascination here that I cannot pass without mentioning. Hipparchus's star catalog, the list of 800 stars, with their positions measured to a fraction of a degree, was the most accurate such catalog in the ancient world. It was not surpassed until Tycho Brahe compiled his own catalog in the 16th century, using instruments that were larger, more precise, and funded by the Danish crown. Hipparchus achieved comparable accuracy with a brass tube and a graduated circle, on the roof of a building on Rhodes, using nothing but patience and a clear sky. The knowledge that Hipparchus gathered was not merely recorded, it was transmitted, through students, through texts, through the accumulated tradition of a school of astronomy that flourished on Rhodes for generations. And somewhere in that tradition, somewhere between Hipparchus's observations and the craftsman's workshop, someone had the idea of translating the astronomical tables into gears, of making the math physical, of building a machine that did what the tables did, but automatically, crank by crank, gear by gear, the cosmos turning in your hands. We will come back to this, to the connection between the astronomer and the mechanic, to the idea that the mechanism was not just a machine, but a physical embodiment of a mathematical theory, a way of making abstract knowledge tangible, of turning the invisible motions of the cosmos into something you could hold in your hands and see with your eyes. But first, let us understand what the craftsman was trying to encode. Let us begin with what he was trying to encode, because the ambition of it, the sheer scope of what this single device was designed to do, is almost impossible to overstate. The sun, the most visible celestial body, the one that structures every human life, that defines the day and the season and the year, that governs the planting and the harvest, that rises and sets with a regularity that is the foundation of all human timekeeping. The craftsman needed to track the sun's position against the background of fixed stars, its annual journey through the 12 constellations of the zodiac. This required a gear ratio that modeled the solar year, 365.25 days, give or take, with sufficient precision that the error would not accumulate to a noticeable degree over the lifetime of the mechanism. He achieved this. The solar gear train in the mechanism is accurate to better than 1 degree over the duration of its designed operational life. The moon, more complex than the sun, because the moon's orbit is not a simple circle. The moon moves faster at some points in its orbit than at others, a variation called the lunar anomaly. The craftsman modeled this variation using a brilliant mechanical trick, an eccentric gear, mounted off-center on a larger gear, producing a non-uniform output from a uniform input. It is, in mechanical terms, the equivalent of an ep-I-C-cul, the same mathematical concept that the Greek astronomers used to describe the moon's irregular motion, translated from geometry into bronze. The planets. The mechanism tracked Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, the 5 planets visible to the naked eye. Planetary motion is far more complex than lunar or solar motion, because planets appear to reverse direction in the sky, the phenomenon called retrograde motion, caused by the relative positions of the Earth and the planet in their orbits. The craftsman modeled retrograde motion using ep-I-C-click gearing, gears mounted on gears, rotating on rotating platforms, producing complex, looping output from simple, circular input. It is the most mechanically ambitious part of the device, and the part that is least well understood, because the planetary gears are the most heavily corroded and the most difficult to image through the encrustation. And then there were the cycles. The Meh-Tun-Ik cycle, the 19-year period after which the phases of the moon repeat on the same days of the solar year. The Babylonians had discovered it. The Greeks had refined it. The craftsman built it into his gears. The Saros cycle, the roughly 18-year period after which solar and lunar eclipses recur in similar configurations. The mechanism could predict eclipses. It could tell you, months or years in advance, when the moon would pass through the Earth's shadow, or when the moon would pass between the Earth and the Sun. It could even predict the color of the eclipse. An inscription on the mechanism's backplate mentions eclipses as reddish or dark, suggesting that the maker understood that the color of a lunar eclipse depends on the Earth's atmospheric conditions. The Ka-Lip-Ik cycle, a refinement of the Meh-Tun-Ik cycle, spanning 76 years, correcting a small error in the Meh-Tun-Ik calculation. Named for Ka-Lippus of Sis-I-Kus, who proposed it in the 4th century BCE. The Olympiad cycle, the 4-year period between Olympic Games, tracked by a subsidiary dial on the back of the mechanism. This dial also tracked the Pan-He-Len-Ik Games, the Pith-E-Un Games at Delphi, the Ni-Me-Un Games, the Is-Me-Un Games at Corinth. The mechanism was, among other things, a sports calendar. It could tell you when the next Olympics would begin. The X-L-Ig-Mos cycle, a triple Saros, spanning 54 years, used for even more precise eclipse prediction. And here is a detail that stops me every time I encounter it. The Saros dial on the back of the mechanism includes a set of tiny inscriptions, glyphs, engraved beside specific eclipse predictions, indicating the expected characteristics of each eclipse. Some eclipses are marked as solar, some as lunar, and some are described with a word that translates roughly as reddish, indicating a lunar eclipse in which the moon would appear red rather than dark, because the Earth's atmosphere would bend sunlight around the planet's edge and illuminate the moon with a ruddy glow. The craftsman predicted the color of eclipses. Think about what that means. He understood, or the astronomical tradition he drew from understood, that the appearance of a lunar eclipse depends on the condition of the Earth's atmosphere, that some eclipses would be dark and some would be red, and the difference could be predicted in advance. This is not something that can be calculated from orbital mechanics alone. It requires an understanding of atmospheric optics, of the way light bends when it passes through gas. The Greeks had this understanding. They had it 2,000 years before the physics of atmospheric refraction was formally described. The mechanism encoded not only positions and dates, but qualities. Not only when, but what it would look like. The craftsman was building not just a calculator, but a simulator, a device that could describe the future in terms specific enough to be verified by observation. All of this in a bronze box the size of a shoebox, built 2,000 years ago, by a man whose name we do not know, in a workshop we have never found, using techniques that were lost and not recovered for over a millennium. He knew the sky, and he found a way to hold it in his hands. For 50 years, no one knew what it was. The mechanism, recovered from the wreck, along with the statues and the glassware and the coins, arrived at the National Archaeological Museum in Athens in 1902. It was in 3 main fragments and dozens of smaller pieces, all of them heavily corroded, all of them encrusted with marine deposit, all of them unrecognizable to anyone who was not already looking for what they contained. The archaeologists focused on the statues. The statues were spectacular. The youth of Antikythera, a bronze figure over 6 feet tall, its pose dynamic, its anatomy perfect, became one of the most famous artworks in Greece. It was cleaned, studied, photographed, exhibited. Museum visitors stood before it and marveled. Scholars wrote papers about its style, its provenance, its place in the history of Greek sculpture. And in a drawer in the same museum, the mechanism sat, corroded, forgotten, ignored. There are photographs from this period, early 20th century photographs of the mechanism fragments, sitting on a table in the museum's conservation laboratory. They look like rocks, like lumps of mineral deposit pulled from a cave. Without context, without explanation, you would never guess that these green, shapeless masses contained precision gears. You would never guess that inside them, frozen in corrosion, was a device that could predict the future positions of celestial bodies. A few people noticed. Valir Eos Stai is, a Greek archaeologist, examined the fragments in 1902 and saw what appeared to be gear wheels through cracks in the encrustation. He suggested that the object was some kind of astronomical instrument. His colleagues were skeptical. Gear mechanisms of this complexity, they argued, could not have existed in the ancient world. The object must be medieval, an astrolabe or clock mechanism that had fallen onto the wreck at some later date, or been accidentally mixed with the ancient cargo during the salvage. Stai was not wrong, but he could not prove he was right. The technology to look inside the corroded mass, to see the gears without destroying the fragments, did not yet exist. This is one of those moments in the history of science that makes you want to reach back through time and shake someone. The evidence was there. The gears were visible through cracks in the encrustation. A trained eye, and Stai was a trained eye, could see them. But the scientific establishment of the early 20th century could not accept what the evidence implied, because the implication contradicted everything they believed about the ancient world. The ancient Greeks, the argument went, were philosophers, theorists. They understood mathematics and geometry and the motions of the heavens, but they did not build machines. They did not work with their hands. The separation between theory and practice, between the life of the mind and the life of the workshop, was fundamental to the way historians understood the ancient world. Philosophers thought, craftsmen built, and the two worlds did not overlap. The mechanism contradicted this entirely. It was the product of both worlds, a device that required both mathematical sophistication and manual skill, both astronomical theory and mechanical practice. It was proof that the ancient world contained people who could think and build in equal measure, and the historians, rather than accept this proof, dismissed it, because the evidence was inconvenient, because it did not fit the narrative they had constructed. Because it is easier to disbelieve the impossible than to revise the possible. And so the mechanism returned to its drawer, and the decades passed, and the gears continued to corrode in the darkness of a museum cabinet the way they had corroded in the darkness of the sea. If you have drifted away, if the quiet of the museum has carried you off, then rest. The mechanism waited 50 years for someone to understand it. It is patient. The gears are patient. The truth inside the corrosion is patient. And so am I. For those still with me, let me tell you about the man who finally looked. Why build it? This is the question that haunts the mechanism. Not how, the how, while extraordinary, is ultimately a matter of skill and patience and the accumulated knowledge of a craft tradition. But why? Why would someone spend months, perhaps years, cutting and filing and assembling 30+ precision gears into a device that modeled the motions of the heavens? The practical answer is calendrical. The Greek world ran on multiple, overlapping calendars, solar and lunar, civic and religious, local and panhellenic. Every city had its own calendar, with its own month names, its own year start, its own method of shun, the insertion of extra days or months to keep the lunar calendar aligned with the solar year. The Athenian calendar was different from the Spartan calendar, which was different from the calendar on Rhodes, which was different from the calendar in Alexandria. A merchant trading across the Mediterranean needed to know which month it was in 3 different systems simultaneously. A diplomat negotiating a treaty needed to agree on a date that both parties could recognize. A priest planning a festival needed to know when the moon would be full. Knowing when the next eclipse would occur was more than an intellectual exercise. Eclipses were omens. They signaled the favor or displeasure of the gods. A lunar eclipse on the eve of a battle could determine whether an army advanced or retreated. The Athenian general Nicias, in 413 BCE, delayed his army's retreat from Syracuse because of a lunar eclipse. His soothsayers advised him to wait 27 days, and in those 27 days, the Syracusans trapped and destroyed his entire force. The ability to predict eclipses was, in a real sense, the ability to predict and manage fear. Knowing when the next Olympic Games would begin, and the Pith-e-un Games, and the Nimi-un Games, and the Izmi-un Games, was a matter of civic pride and practical planning. Athletes trained for years. Cities sent delegations. Sacred truces were declared, halting wars to allow safe passage for competitors and spectators. The Olympic truce, the Ek-a-kai-ri-a, was one of the oldest and most widely respected institutions in the Greek world. It required advanced knowledge of the game's date, and the mechanism provided it. All of this was encoded in the gears. But the mechanism is more than a calendar. A calendar can be a table, a list of dates, inscribed on a tablet, consulted as needed. The mechanism is a model. It does not merely list the positions of the heavenly bodies, it reproduces them. It turns, and the pointers move, and the dials rotate, and the cosmos unfolds in miniature on the face of a bronze box. It is the difference between reading about the sunrise and watching it happen. The craftsman was not simply recording information. He was creating a simulation, a working model of the universe, driven by gears, operated by a hand crank on the side, displaying the results on multiple dials on both the front and back of the device. Turn the crank, and the sun advances along the zodiac. Turn it more, and the moon completes its monthly cycle, speeding up and slowing down as it passes through the anomaly. Turn it further, and the eclipse predictor activates, showing the Saros cycle spiraling outward on a dial that takes 18 years to complete a single revolution. Imagine holding it, a box in your hands, the size of a large book made of bronze with a wooden case. On the front, a circular dial marked with the signs of the zodiac and the days of the Egyptian calendar. Pointers indicating the positions of the sun, the moon, and the 5 known planets. On the back, 2 large spiral dials, one for the Meh-tun-ik cycle, one for the Saros cycle, with subsidiary dials for the Ka-lip-ik and Xl-ig-mos cycles and the Olympiad counter. You turn the crank, the gears engage, the pointers move. And the universe, the real universe, the one above your head, the one that your ancestors watched for centuries and recorded in tablets and computed in their minds, that universe begins to move in your hands. You can see the moon approaching the node where an eclipse will occur. You can see Mars entering retrograde. You can see the Meh-tun-ik cycle spiraling toward its completion. You are holding the cosmos. The philosophical implications would not have been lost on the craftsman or his contemporaries. The Stoics, who were influential on Rhodes, believed that the universe was a rational, ordered system, governed by natural laws that the human mind could discover and understand. The mechanism was proof. It was not merely a tool. It was an argument that the cosmos was comprehensible, that its motions, however complex, could be reduced to the turning of gears. That the mind of man could grasp the mind of the universe. Cicero, the Roman orator, wrote about devices like this. In his dialogue De Republica, composed around 54 BCE, roughly contemporary with the mechanism, he described a mechanical sphere built by Archimedes, which showed the motions of the sun, moon, and planets. Cicero had actually seen the device, or one like it. It had been taken from Syracuse as war booty when the Romans sacked the city in 212 BCE. The same siege in which Archimedes was killed by a Roman soldier, supposedly while drawing geometric figures in the sand and refusing to move until he had finished his proof. Cicero wrote that this device demonstrated the genius of Archimedes more clearly than any of his mathematical proofs, because it made the invisible visible. It took the abstract motions of the heavens and rendered them in bronze, in a form that anyone could understand. When Gallus moved the globe, Cicero wrote, referring to the Roman general who had acquired it, it was actually true that the moon was always as many revolutions behind the sun on the bronze contrivance as would agree with the number of days it was behind it in the sky. The device worked, it was accurate, and it was, by Cicero's account, over a century old when he saw it, already an antique, already a relic of a lost tradition. If Archimedes built one in the 3rd century BCE, and the Antikythera Mechanism was built in the 1st century BCE, then the tradition of celestial mechanism building spanned at least 2 centuries, perhaps longer. Perhaps the Antikythera mechanism was not the first of its kind, or the only one. Perhaps it was one of many, a production model, the output of a workshop that made these devices for wealthy clients across the Mediterranean. We do not know, we have only this one. And this one was at the bottom of the sea for 2,000 years. If there were others, in collections, in temples, in the palaces of Hellenistic kings, they were melted down for their bronze, or lost, or destroyed in the fires and sackings and casual destructions that consumed so much of the ancient world's material heritage. The Antikythera mechanism survives because it was shipwrecked. Because it was removed from the world of the living, where it would have been vulnerable to theft and war and recycling, and placed in the world of the dead, where the cold and the dark and the silt preserved it. The craftsmen on Rhodes may have known of Archimedes' sphere. Archimedes had lived 2 generations earlier in Syracuse, and his works were widely known in the Greek world. The question of lineage, of whether the mechanism descends from Archimedes' tradition, is one of the great unanswered questions of ancient technology. There are suggestive connections. The mechanism uses a mathematical framework, epicyclic theory, the representation of complex motions as combinations of circular motions, that Archimedes was known to have worked with. The gear ratios in the mechanism correspond to astronomical parameters that Archimedes could have calculated. And Syracuse, where Archimedes lived, was a Greek city with strong commercial and intellectual ties to Rhodes. Ideas traveled. Craftsmen traveled. It is not difficult to imagine a chain of influence. A student of Archimedes carrying the master's design to Rhodes, where a local workshop tradition refined and improved it over several generations. But there is no proof. No inscription says, based on the work of Archimedes. No ancient text describes the mechanism or its workshop. The connection, if it exists, is invisible, preserved only in the geometry of the gears themselves, in the mathematical relationships that link the mechanism to Archimedes' known work. Whether the Antikythera mechanism is a descendant of Archimedes' tradition or a product of a parallel tradition on Rhodes or something entirely new, this is a question that scholars continue to debate. What is not debated is the ambition, the sheer, breathtaking ambition of encoding the cosmos in bronze, of saying, the universe is knowable, and I will prove it by building a model that works. In 1951, a British physicist named Derek de Solla Price walked into the National Archaeological Museum in Athens and asked to see the corroded fragments from the Antikythera wreck. Price was an unusual physicist. He was interested in the history of scientific instruments, the physical objects that scientists had used over the centuries to measure and calculate and observe. He collected old astrolabes. He restored medieval clocks. He understood gears the way a linguist understands grammar, as a system with rules, with patterns, with a logic that revealed the intentions of the maker. He looked at the fragments. He looked at the X-rays that a Greek radiographer named Kalos had taken in 1958, shadowy, ambiguous images that showed, for the first time, the outlines of gears inside the corroded mass. And he understood. Not everything, not immediately, but he understood that the object was a geared mechanism of extraordinary complexity. He understood that the gears were ancient, not medieval, not Renaissance, but genuinely ancient, contemporary with the other objects in the wreck. And he understood that the implications were staggering. If the mechanism was what the X-rays suggested, then the ancient Greeks had achieved a level of mechanical sophistication that no one had thought possible. The entire history of technology would need to be rewritten. Price spent 20 years studying the mechanism. He published his findings in 1959 in a short paper titled An Ancient Greek Computer, and then, in 1974, in a full-length monograph titled Gears from the Greeks. The monograph was a landmark, the first comprehensive study of the mechanism, including detailed gear counts, ratio analyses, and a proposed reconstruction of the device's function. The academic response was cautious. Many historians of science found Price's claims extravagant. A mechanical computer from the 1st century BCE, precision gearing that rivaled 14th century clockwork, cyclic gear trains that modeled planetary motion, it seemed too much, too advanced, too far ahead of what the ancient world was supposed to be capable of. Price received letters from colleagues who told him, politely but firmly, that he was wrong, that the mechanism could not be what he said it was, that the ancient Greeks did not build things like that. One reviewer described his monograph as a remarkable exercise in creative reconstruction, which sounds like a compliment but was not. Price died in 1983, having spent the last 30 years of his career defending his interpretation of the mechanism against a skepticism that was often more emotional than rational. He was right. He was right about almost everything: the gear count, the function, the sophistication, the date, but he died before the proof arrived. The proof would take another 30 years, and a technology that had not yet been invented to arrive. There is something about the mechanism's history that I want to hold for a moment. It is this: every person who has studied the mechanism has been changed by it. Price spent his career on it. Freeth spent his career on it. The Greek archaeologists, the British physicists, the American engineers, the mathematicians and historians and conservators who have touched these fragments, all of them have come away altered. Not in the way that a beautiful painting alters you or a moving piece of music. In a deeper way. In the way that encountering something impossible alters you, something that should not exist, according to everything you thought you knew, but does exist, and its existence requires you to rethink everything. The mechanism is an argument. It argues against the idea that progress is linear, that the past is always simpler than the present, that knowledge accumulates in a straight line from ignorance to understanding. The mechanism says, no, the past contained pockets of brilliance that the future forgot. The past contained achievements that the future had to rediscover. The past is not a lesser version of the present. It is a different version, and in some respects, a superior one. There is something about the history of the mechanism that mirrors the mechanism itself. The same patience, the same long cycles of obscurity and revelation. The object was built in the 1st century BCE. It was lost in the 1st century BCE. It was found in 1901. It was recognized as significant in 1902. It was properly studied in 1959. It was fully imaged in 2006, and it was digitally reconstructed in 2021. Each step took decades. Each step required someone to look more carefully, with better tools, with more patience than the person before. The mechanism taught patience to everyone who studied it. It refused to give up its secrets quickly. It demanded that each generation bring its best technology and its most careful attention, and even then, it revealed only part of itself, saving the rest for the future, the way it had always done. Let us go back to the ship. Not to the wreck, to the ship as it was, whole, floating, alive with the sounds of crew and cargo and the creak of timber under sail. Let us go back to the last voyage, before the water, before the silence, before 2,000 years of darkness. The ship sailed from the eastern Mediterranean, from Rhodes, most likely, or from one of the nearby ports that served as collection points for the luxury goods trade. The cargo had been assembled over weeks, perhaps months, each item purchased or commissioned individually, carefully packed in straw and sawdust, loaded into the hold in an order that balanced the weight evenly across the keel. Bronze statues in the center for stability. Marble along the sides, wedged in place with timber. Smaller items, glassware, pottery, the mechanism, packed in chests and secured against the hull. The voyage would have taken the ship westward, past the southern coast of Crete, through the strait between Crete and the Peloponnese, the strait where Antikythera sits like a sentinel, and then northwestward, past the Peloponnese, past the Ionian Islands, across the Adriatic to the coast of Italy. The total distance was perhaps 1,000 nautical miles. In good weather, with favorable winds, the journey might take 2 weeks. In bad weather with headwinds and storms, it might take a month or more, the ship sheltering in harbors along the way, waiting for conditions to improve, the crew growing restless, the captain watching the sky. The sea itself, the Mediterranean in autumn, has a particular quality that is worth describing, because it is the last thing the mechanism would have known before the darkness. The water is still warm from the summer months, perhaps 20 degrees Celsius at the surface, dropping to 14 or 15 at depth. The color is a deep, saturated blue, the blue that gives the Mediterranean its name, from the Latin medius terra, the sea in the middle of the land. In calm weather, the surface is glassy, reflecting the sky so perfectly that the horizon disappears, and the ship seems to float in an infinite blue sphere. In rough weather, the water turns dark, gray-green, opaque, angry, and the waves rise steeply, far more steeply than ocean waves, because the Mediterranean is a confined basin and the wind has less space to work. The mechanism was somewhere in the hold, packed in a chest, perhaps, or wrapped in cloth, cushioned against the vibration of the hull. It was traveling for the first time since it had been built, leaving the workshop on Rhodes, leaving the island where it had been created, heading westward toward a destination where it would be displayed, or sold, or presented as a gift to some Roman collector who would marvel at its complexity without fully understanding its mathematics. We do not know who owned it. We do not know who it was intended for. We do not know whether the craftsman who built it was still alive, or whether the mechanism had already passed through several hands, each owner understanding it a little less than the one before, the way knowledge fades as it moves away from its source, like heat dissipating from a fire. The ship entered the Strait of Antikythera. The strait is roughly 30 miles wide. The current runs strong, a westward flow that pushes through the gap between Crete and the Pel-o-Po-Nice, driven by the general circulation of the Mediterranean. In calm weather, the current is manageable. In rough weather, it combines with wind and waves to create conditions that ancient sailors feared. What happened next is speculation built on evidence. The ship went down. It went down quickly enough that the crew could not save the cargo, but slowly enough, or in shallow enough water initially, that the wreck did not compact into a single mass. The cargo scattered across the slope as the hull broke up, the heaviest items settling first, the lighter items drifting downslope in the current. The mechanism, small and relatively light, came to rest among the larger statues, surrounded by the marble and bronze bodies that had been its traveling companions. And then the silence began. If you have followed the story this far, through the workshop and the wreck and the museum and the decades of waiting, then you have been holding many things in your mind. The gears, the inscriptions, the astronomical cycles, the craftsman's hands, the diver's ascent. Let them go for a moment. There is nothing to hold now, nothing to remember, only the silence. The silence of deep water. The silence of a place where sound moves differently, slowly, heavily, muffled by pressure and density. The creak of timber stopped as the wood rotted away. The clink of bronze on marble stopped as the current buried the objects in silt. The voices of the crew, whatever they had said in those last moments, whatever prayers or curses or simple cries of terror they had uttered, were swallowed by the water and never heard again. The gears stopped turning. The pointers stopped moving. The cosmos, which the craftsman had encoded so carefully, so precisely, with such extraordinary ambition, the cosmos froze. The sun stopped at whatever position the dial showed when the water reached it. The moon stopped. The planets stopped. And the Saros cycle, which had been spiraling outward on its 18-year track, stopped too, frozen at a date that, if we could read it, would tell us the last time anyone turned the crank. But we cannot read it. The corrosion has claimed that detail, along with so many others. And so the last date is lost, like the last words of the crew, like the name of the craftsman, like the destination of the voyage. All lost, all silent, all waiting in the dark. If you are still with me, and if you are not, if the silence of the deep water has carried you down into your own quiet place, that is as it should be, I want to tell you what happened next. Not next in the story of the mechanism, next in the story of the world. The world forgot. Not all at once, not completely. Echoes persisted. The Islamic world preserved much of Greek astronomy, translating Tal-Amiz al-Majest into Arabic, building astrolabes that encoded some of the same astronomical knowledge that the mechanism contained. The astrolabe is a simpler device, a flat, two-dimensional model of the celestial sphere, without gears, but it was built on the same intellectual foundation. The Islamic astronomers did not have the mechanism. They did not know it had existed, but they had the texts that informed it, and they built their own tools from those texts, and in doing so, they kept a thread of the tradition alive. When that thread reached medieval Europe, through the translation movements of the 12th and 13th centuries, when Arabic texts were translated into Latin in the libraries of Toledo and Sicily, it ignited the clock-making tradition that would eventually reinvent the gear train. But by then, the connection to the original was lost. The medieval clockmakers did not know they were reinventing. They thought they were inventing. And in a sense, they were, because reinvention without knowledge of the original is, experientially, indistinguishable from invention. The effort is the same. The ingenuity is the same. Only the priority is different. The mechanism slept, in the silt, in the dark, in the same sea that the craftsman had sailed and the ship had crossed and the divers would one day descend into. The same cold, patient, preserving water. 2,000 years is a long time to sleep. Let us measure it, just for a moment, in the mechanism's own terms, in the cycles it was built to track. 2,000 years is roughly 105 meh-ton-ik cycles, 105 repetitions of the 19-year pattern in which the phases of the moon return to the same days of the solar year. It is roughly 111 Saros cycles, 111 repetitions of the eclipse pattern, each one bringing the sun and moon into roughly the same alignment. It is 500 Olympiads, 500 four-year cycles, 500 imaginary games that the mechanism's pointer would have tracked, spiraling around its dial in a room that no longer existed, in a world that had moved on. If the craftsman could have turned the crank 2,000 years forward, if the gears had been strong enough, the bronze unyielding enough, the dials would have shown him the sky of 1901. The positions of the planets on the day Aelia Stadiatis descended into the water, the phase of the moon, the eclipses that year. The mechanism would have connected the two men across 20 centuries, the same cosmos, the same cycles, the same bronze. The sky that the craftsman encoded is the same sky that the diver saw when he surfaced, gasping, holding the bronze hand. The sky does not forget. It repeats. It cycles. It returns. And the mechanism was built to track those returns, to say that the cosmos is not chaos, that the motions of the heavens are knowable, and that knowledge, once encoded, endures. The mechanism endured. Not as a working device, the gears are locked, the pointers frozen, the dials corroded beyond reading, but as an idea, as proof that the idea was once realized, and as a challenge to every generation that encounters it. Can you build this? Can you understand it? Can you make the cosmos turn in your hands? In the autumn of 2005, a team of researchers carried a machine into the National Archaeological Museum in Athens. The machine weighed 8 tons. It was called Blade Runner, a portable CT scanner, modified for use on archaeological objects, capable of producing three-dimensional X-ray images at a resolution of 50 microns. 50 microns, 1/20th of a millimeter. Enough to read inscriptions that had been invisible for 2,000 years. The project was called the Antikythera Mechanism Research Project, an international collaboration between Greek, British, and American scholars, led by astronomer Mike Edmonds and mathematician Tony Freeth. They had spent years preparing for this moment, designing the scanning protocol, modifying the equipment, negotiating access to the fragments. And now the machine was in the museum, and the fragments were on the scanning bed, and the X-rays were about to reveal what 2,000 years of corrosion had hidden. The first scans came back in December 2005. Tony Freeth, who would spend the next 2 decades of his life studying the mechanism, has described the moment of seeing the first high-resolution images. The detail was overwhelming. Where the earlier X-rays had shown shadows and suggestions, the ghost outlines of gears, partially visible through the corrosion, the CT scans showed everything. Every gear tooth, every rivet, every scratch and mark on the bronze surfaces. The mechanism, which had been opaque for a century, was suddenly transparent. Freeth compared it to opening a book that had been sealed shut for 2,000 years. The pages were still legible. The words were still there. You just needed the right light to read them. Inside the corroded mass, visible for the first time in high resolution, were the gears. Not as shadows or outlines, as the earlier X-rays had shown, but as detailed, three-dimensional objects, their teeth clearly defined, their arrangement legible, their interactions mappable. The researchers could see gear trains that Price had suspected but never confirmed. They could see gear ratios that explained functions that had been debated for decades. They could see the eccentric mount of the lunar anomaly gear, the brilliant mechanical trick that translated uniform rotation into non-uniform output. And they could see the inscriptions. The mechanism was covered in text. Engraved into the bronze plates in tiny Greek letters, some less than 2 millimeters high, were instructions, descriptions, and astronomical data. The inscriptions had been invisible under the corrosion. The CT scanner made them legible, and when the researchers began to read them, they realized that the mechanism was even more sophisticated than anyone had imagined. The inscriptions totaled over 3,500 characters of ancient Greek text, roughly the length of a short essay. They had been engraved on both the front and back cover plates of the mechanism, in letters so small that the engraver must have used a magnifying lens, which the ancients did possess, in the form of polished crystal or water-filled glass spheres. The back cover inscription described the mechanism's functions in the voice of someone explaining the device to a user. The spiral dial has 223 divisions. One section reads, describing the Saros eclipse predictor. It mentioned the color of eclipses, the reddish glyphs that the Saros dial inscriptions had already hinted at. It described the planetary displays. It listed the gear ratios for the major cycles. It was, in effect, a user manual engraved into the device itself, so that the information would never be separated from the object it described. The front cover inscription was different. It was not a user manual. It was a description of the cosmos itself, a technical account of the astronomical phenomena that the mechanism modeled, written in a style that suggests an educated audience. Someone who understood astronomy, someone who would appreciate the precision of the device not just as a mechanical achievement, but as an intellectual one. The inscription was speaking to a peer. It was one mind addressing another across the surface of bronze, saying, "This is what I know, this is what I have built, and this is how it works." Think about that. The craftsman who built the mechanism, who cut the gears and filed the teeth and assembled the gear trains, also wrote instructions. He anticipated that the device would need explaining. He knew that the mathematics it encoded were complex enough that a user might not understand them intuitively. And so he wrote the explanation into the bronze, permanently, indelibly, in letters so small that they required a magnifying glass to read even when the mechanism was new. He was thinking about the future, about users he would never meet, about the moment when the device would leave his workshop and enter the world, and he would not be there to explain it. He could not have imagined how far into the future his inscriptions would travel. He could not have known that the users who would finally read them would be not Greek astronomers, but 21st century physicists, reading through the eyes of a CT scanner, translating his ancient Greek with the help of digital image processing. He could not have known that his user manual would be the key to unlocking the mechanism's secrets, 2,000 years after he wrote it, in a world he could not have conceived of, by people using technologies that would have seemed to him like magic. But he wrote it anyway, He engraved the instructions into the bronze, and the bronze held them. Through the shipwreck and the salt water and the corrosion and the centuries of silence and the museum drawer and the decades of misunderstanding, the bronze held the words. And when the technology finally existed to read them, they were there. Still legible, still explaining, still speaking in the quiet, precise voice of a craftsman who wanted his work to be understood. Not all of the mechanism has been decoded. This is the part of the story that keeps scientists awake at night, the part that ensures the mechanism will be studied for decades, perhaps centuries to come. Despite the CT scanning, despite the inscriptions, despite over a century of analysis by some of the finest minds in the history of science, there are gears in the mechanism whose function remains uncertain. There are gear trains whose output is debated. There are connections between components that the corrosion has destroyed, leaving gaps in the mechanical logic that can be filled only by inference and educated guessing. The planetary display is the biggest mystery. The front dial of the mechanism showed the positions of the 5 known planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, moving against the background of the zodiac. The gear trains that drove these displays must have been enormously complex, because planetary motion is enormously complex. Retrograde motion alone, the apparent backward movement of planets in the sky, caused by the relative positions of Earth and the planet in their orbits, requires a mechanical system that can produce forward motion, then backward motion, then forward motion again in a smooth and continuous cycle. The UCL team, a group of researchers at University College London, led by Tony Freeth, published a digital reconstruction of the mechanism in 2021 that made headlines around the world. Published in the journal Scientific Reports, the paper proposed a complete solution to the front display, including all 5 planetary mechanisms. Their model used EP-IC click gearing, gears mounted on gears, rotating on rotating platforms, to reproduce the complex motions of all 5 planets. The total gear count in their reconstruction was 69, more than double the number that can be directly confirmed from the surviving fragments. The reconstruction was elegant, plausible, and internally consistent. It showed that the mechanism could have worked, that a device of this size, with this many gears, could have accurately modeled planetary motion. Freeth's team even built a working digital simulation, a computer model that replicated the gear trains and showed the output dials moving in real time, the planets advancing and retreating against the zodiac, the moon speeding and slowing through its anomaly, the eclipse predictor spiraling through its 18-year cycle. Watching the simulation is an uncanny experience. The gears move smoothly. The pointers track the heavens with visible precision, and you realize that you are watching, in digital form, the same display that someone on Rhodes watched 2,000 years ago, turning the crank, watching the cosmos unfold, holding the universe in a bronze box. But it is a reconstruction, not a certainty. The planetary gears are the most heavily corroded section of the mechanism, and the CT scans, while extraordinary, cannot resolve every detail. Other researchers have proposed alternative reconstructions, different gear arrangements, different gear counts, different mechanical solutions to the same astronomical problem. The debate continues. The gears keep their secrets. There is a gear in the mechanism, gear B1, in the researcher's notation, whose purpose has never been satisfactorily explained. It sits in a position that suggests it is part of the planetary display, but its gear ratio does not correspond neatly to any known planetary period. Some researchers think it is a differential gear, a device that combines 2 inputs to produce a single output, the same principle used in the rear axle of a car. If so, it would be the oldest known differential gear, by over 1,000 years. Others think it is part of a display that is no longer extant, a pointer or dial that was broken off in the shipwreck and lost, leaving the gear that drove it as an orphan in the mechanism's logic. The gear is there. It is real. It meshed with other gears. It did something. but what it did remains, for now, unknown. There are other mysteries. The mechanism's case, the wooden housing that enclosed the gears and protected them from dust and damage, is entirely gone. Wood does not survive 2,000 years in salt water. The only evidence of the case comes from traces of wood fiber embedded in the corrosion products and from the attachment points on the bronze plates where the case was fastened. The case may have had a lid. It may have had latches. It may have had handles. We do not know. The mechanism, as we have it, is naked, its internal workings exposed, its protective shell dissolved. It is like finding the movement of a pocket watch without the case, functional, intelligible, but stripped of the context that would tell you how it was carried, how it was stored, how it was treated in the hands of its owner. And then there is the question of how many mechanisms were made. Was this the only one? Or was it one of many, a standard product of a workshop that manufactured astronomical instruments for sale? The inscriptions suggest a sophisticated, experienced maker, someone who had built devices like this before, who knew how to engrave instructions, who had refined the design over multiple iterations. This does not feel like a prototype. It feels like a mature product. Which implies earlier versions, which implies other mechanisms, now lost, that we may never find. In 2012, a second survey of the Antikythera wreck was conducted using modern diving equipment and robotic submersibles. The team found additional human remains, including a near-complete skeleton, remarkably preserved in the sediment. They found new bronze fragments, new pottery, new glass, but no second mechanism. If there was another device on the ship, it has not been found. If there were other devices in other shipwrecks, in other museum drawers, in other unexcavated sites around the Mediterranean, they remain hidden. The Antikythera mechanism is, for now, unique, the only one of its kind, a singularity in the archaeological record. And this, perhaps, is the most fitting thing about the mechanism, that it still contains mysteries, that even after a century of study, even after CT scanning and digital reconstruction, and the combined efforts of physicists and mathematicians and historians and engineers, the device has not been fully understood. The craftsman who built it encoded more knowledge than we have yet recovered. The bronze still holds secrets that the bronze has not released. The gears are still turning. Not literally, they have been locked in corrosion for 2 millennia, but metaphorically. The mechanism is still working, still producing new questions, still driving new research, still compelling the same kind of focused, patient attention that the craftsman himself must have brought to his bench on Rhodes 2,000 years ago. It is, in a way, still computing, still processing, still yielding outputs that require interpretation. The inputs are no longer the motions of the heavens. The inputs are the curiosity of the scientists who study it, and the outputs are not predictions of eclipses. The outputs are insights into the nature of the ancient mind, into what our ancestors knew, and how they knew it, and how much we have still to learn from what they left behind. If you are still here, still listening, still awake, then you are part of this process. You are another person in the long chain of people who have paid attention to the mechanism. From the craftsman to the diver, to the archaeologist, to the physicist to you, each one looking more carefully than the last, each one seeing a little more. And if you have drifted off, the gears will keep turning, they always have. Let me tell you one more thing about the unknown gears before we close this chapter. It is this: the mechanism teaches us something about the limits of knowledge that is, in its own way, as valuable as the knowledge itself. We have learned over the past century to read the mechanism, to decode its gear trains, to translate its inscriptions, to understand its astronomical models. But the mechanism has also taught us that some things cannot be read, that some knowledge is lost beyond recovery. That the corrosion has claimed details that no amount of scanning will restore, and that the missing pieces of the device, the gears that broke away, the plates that dissolved, the case that rotted, are gone forever. The mechanism teaches patience and humility in equal measure. It says, "Here is what I can show you, and here is where my silence begins." Let me tell you about the gap. 1,400 years. That is the span of time between the Antikythera Mechanism and the next known device of comparable complexity, the astronomical clocks of medieval Europe. 1,400 years during which no one, anywhere in the world, is known to have built anything like it. The mechanism was built around 100 BCE. The first geared astronomical clocks appeared in Europe around 1300 CE. In between, nothing. Or rather, nothing that has survived. Nothing that we have found. Nothing in the archaeological record, nothing in the historical sources, nothing in the material remains of any civilization for 14 centuries. How is this possible? How does a technology this sophisticated simply vanish? The answer is not a single event. It is a process. The slow, cumulative loss of knowledge that occurs when a civilization contracts. When the workshops close and the apprentices disperse, and the libraries burn, and the trade routes that carried bronze and ideas and craftsmen from one end of the Mediterranean to the other are severed by wars and migrations and the collapse of the political systems that maintained them. The mechanism was a product of a very specific moment in history, the late Hellenistic period, when Greek science and mathematics were at their peak, when Rhodes was a wealthy, cosmopolitan trading center, when the tools and materials and training and intellectual framework required to build such a device were all available in the same place at the same time. Remove any one of these elements, the wealth, the trade, the training, the mathematical knowledge, and the mechanism becomes impossible. And they were all removed, not at once, not by a single catastrophe, but gradually, over centuries, as the Roman Empire absorbed the Greek world and then itself declined, the conditions that had made the mechanism possible disappeared. The workshops on Rhodes closed. The astronomical tradition that had begun with Hipparchus continued for a time. Ptolemy, in the 2nd century CE, wrote the Almagest, the definitive astronomical text of the ancient world. But the tradition of translating astronomical knowledge into mechanical form died. The craftsmen who could cut gears with 1.5 millimeter teeth by lamplight were not replaced. Their students were not trained. Their techniques were not written down. The knowledge did not vanish in a fire. Though fires played their part, the Library of Alexandria, which may have held copies of the astronomical texts that informed the mechanism, was damaged or destroyed multiple times between the 1st century BCE and the 7th century CE. Each time, knowledge was lost. Not all of it. Not irrecoverably in most cases. But enough. Enough that the chain of understanding was weakened, link by link, until it broke. The knowledge faded. It dimmed. It went out, the way a lamp goes out when no one refills the oil, not with a dramatic flame, but with a slow, silent guttering that no one notices until the room is dark. There is a melancholy in this that I want to sit with for a moment, if you will permit it. Or if you have drifted off, if the long centuries of silence have carried you down, then drift. There is no urgency here. The mechanism waited 1,400 years. The story can wait a little longer. The melancholy is this. The craftsmen on Rhodes built something extraordinary, something that represented the peak of a tradition spanning centuries, Babylonian observation, Egyptian record-keeping, Greek mathematics, Rhodian craftsmanship. All of it converging in a single device, in a single workshop, in the hands of a single person. And then the tradition ended, not because it failed, not because a better technology replaced it, but because the civilization that sustained it could no longer sustain itself. The tradition died of neglect, of indifference, of the slow erosion of the systems, education, trade, patronage, peace, that made complex knowledge possible. And then, 1,400 years later, in the workshops of medieval Europe, the gears began to turn again. The medieval clockmakers did not know about the Antikythera mechanism. They could not have. It was lying on the seafloor, buried in silt, forgotten. They reinvented the gear train independently, starting from first principles, from the simple gears used in mills and water wheels, gradually increasing the complexity, the precision, the ambition of their mechanisms until they had built devices that could track the motions of the heavens. It took centuries. The first mechanical clocks appeared around 1280, tower clocks, driven by falling weights, regulated by a mechanism called a verge escapement that allowed the gears to advance in controlled steps. The first astronomical clocks, clocks that showed the positions of the sun and moon and planets, appeared in the 14th century. The astronomical clock in the Cathedral of Strasbourg, built in 1354, showed the positions of the sun and moon and calculated the date of Easter. It was considered a wonder of the age. It was also, by any objective comparison, less sophisticated than the Antikythera Mechanism, which had modeled 5 planets, predicted eclipses, tracked multiple astronomical cycles, and calculated the dates of sporting events, all in a device small enough to carry. The precision of these early devices was poor compared to the Antikythera Mechanism. The Strasbourg clock lost several minutes per day. The mechanism, if its gear ratios are accurately reconstructed, would have been accurate to within 1 day in several hundred years for the Meh-Tun-Ik cycle. It would not be until the 17th century, with the invention of the pendulum clock by Chris T. on High Gents in 1657, that European timekeeping achieved a level of accuracy comparable to what the Greek craftsmen had achieved 2,000 years earlier. 2,000 years, that is the gap. Not 1,400, that is the gap between the mechanism and the first medieval gears. The gap between the mechanism and comparable precision is 2 millennia. 20 centuries of human history during which no one, anywhere, built a device as accurate as the one that was lying at the bottom of the Aegean Sea. We reinvented it. That is the phrase that captures the whole strange, humbling history of the mechanism. We did not build on the Greek achievement. We did not refine it or improve it or take it to the next level. We lost it. Completely. Totally. And then, over the course of a millennium, we reinvented it from scratch, rediscovering the principles, relearning the techniques, rebuilding the tradition, without knowing that it had all been done before. The craftsman on Rhodes, cutting his gears by lamplight, would have recognized the clockmaker's bench in 14th century Strasbourg. He would have recognized the files and the gravers and the dividing plates. He would have recognized the gears, different in detail, but identical in principle. He would have looked at the astronomical clock in the cathedral and understood it instantly, not as a new invention, but as a rediscovery of something he had known all along. And he might have wept, or he might have smiled, because the fact that it was reinvented means that the impulse was not unique to him. The desire to encode the cosmos in mechanism, to hold the universe in a box, to make the invisible visible, to prove that the motions of the heavens are knowable and reproducible, that desire is not the property of any one civilization. It is human. It is the thing that connects a Greek workshop on Rhodes in 100 BCA to a German cathedral in 1350 CE to a British museum in 2006 CE. The tools change. The materials change. The understanding deepens. But the impulse, the need to know, the need to build, the need to hold the cosmos in your hands, that remains. The night is deep now. The story has traveled far from Rhodes to Antikythera, from the seafloor to the museum, from the craftsman's bench to the physicist's laboratory. If you are still awake, you have traveled with it. And if you are not, if you slipped away somewhere between the gears and the centuries, then you are where you should be, at rest, in the dark. The way the mechanism was at rest in the dark for 2,000 years. There is nothing wrong with darkness. The mechanism proved that. It held its secrets in the dark and gave them up when the light arrived. The mechanism is in Athens. Fragment A, the largest piece, sits in a glass case in the National Archaeological Museum, displayed alongside the bronze statues that were recovered from the same wreck. It is small, smaller than you expect. A corroded lump of green metal, roughly the size of a large book, with the faint outlines of gears visible through cracks in the incrustation. Visitors walk past it on their way to the statues. The youth of Antikythera draws the crowds, magnificent, life-sized, gleaming after a century of restoration. The mechanism sits nearby, in its case, and most visitors glance at it and move on. It does not look like much. It does not look like the most sophisticated technology of the ancient world. It does not look like a device that rewrote the history of science and proved that our ancestors were capable of things we had not imagined. But the craftsman would understand. He built it to be functional, not beautiful. He built it to work. And it does still in a way, not as a calculator, not as an eclipse predictor, but as a proof. A proof that the ancient world contained minds as ambitious as any that have existed since. A proof that the desire to understand the cosmos is not new, is not modern, is not the product of the scientific revolution or the Enlightenment or the Industrial Age. It is old. It is ancient. It is as old as the first person who looked at the night sky and wanted to know why the lights moved. And the craftsman, the unnamed genius on roads, working by lamplight, cutting gears with a file, encoding the universe in bronze. He is anonymous. He will probably always be anonymous. The mechanism bears no maker's mark. No inscription says, "I name, built this." He vanished into the same silence that swallowed the ship and the crew and the workshop and the tradition. He is as invisible as the furnace workers beneath the Roman baths, as invisible as the builders of the pyramids, as invisible as every person in history who made something extraordinary and was not credited for it. But the mechanism exists, and it speaks for him. It speaks in the language of gears, in the click of tooth against tooth, in the precise ratios that encode the Meh-Tun-Ik cycle and the Saros cycle and the motion of the 5 planets. It speaks in the inscriptions, in the tiny Greek letters that describe the cosmos with the care and precision of a craftsman who wanted his work to outlast him. It speaks, most of all, in the fact of itself. In the simple, astonishing fact that 2,000 years ago, someone looked at the night sky and thought, "I can build that." The gears exist. The inscriptions exist. The work of his hands has survived for over 2,000 years, longer than the empires that rose and fell in the interim, longer than the cities that were built and destroyed, longer than the libraries that burned and the books that were lost. The bronze endured. The gears endured. The ambition endured. We did not invent the computer. We reinvented it. And the person who invented it first, who saw the cosmos turning and thought, "I can build that," that person deserves to be remembered. Not by name, because we do not have it, but by the thing they made, by the gears that still turn in the imagination of everyone who learns about them. By the machine that sat on the seafloor for 2 millennia, and then, when the world was finally ready to understand it, gave up its secrets. Slowly, patiently, 1 gear at a time. The archive closes for tonight. Rest now, and if you dream of gears, of bronze catching lamplight, of the click of teeth engaging, of a cosmos held in the palm of a hand, then the craftsman is still at work, still cutting, still filing, still encoding the universe in the only material that will outlast him. The gears still turn. The gears have stopped turning. The mechanism rests in its glass case, still holding secrets we have not yet decoded. But in another corner of the ancient world, on the sun-drenched coast of Crete, something larger was moving. Something made of bronze. Something that was not a clock or a calculator or a model of the heavens, but a body, a giant, built by a god. Welcome to the Moonlit Archive. Tonight's entry, the world's first robot was built by a god. Humanity's first robot wasn't built in a Silicon Valley lab. It wasn't designed by a team of engineers in a university basement, or prototyped in a military research facility, or assembled on an East Asian factory floor. It was forged by a god, a crippled, rejected god who worked alone, roughly 2,700 years ago, on the island of Crete. And if you think that sounds like the beginning of a fairy tale, I should tell you that scholars at Stanford and Princeton have spent the last decade arguing, with some conviction, that this particular myth is the earliest articulated concept of a humanoid robot in the recorded history of Western civilization. His name was Talos. He was made of bronze. He had a single vein running from his neck to his ankle, filled with ichor, the fluid of the gods, and sealed at the base by a bronze nail. He circled the island of Crete 3 times every day, scanning the coastline for unauthorized ships. When he found one, he tore boulders from the cliff face and hurled them at the vessel until it sank or turned away. He had no voice that the sources mention, no thoughts that anyone recorded. No desires, no ambitions, no complaints. He had a task and he executed it, every day, for as long as anyone could remember. Now, before we go any further, there are two things I want to tell you about that we are going to come back to later. The first is a word. You have almost certainly used this word. You may have used it today. The word is sardonic, as in a sardonic smile, a sardonic remark, a sardonic tone of voice. We will come back to this word tonight because its origin story involves Talos, and it is one of the most disturbing etymologies in the entire Greek language. When you learn where that word comes from, you will never use it the same way again. The second thing is a woman. Her name was Medea, and she was the most powerful sorceress of her age. She stood on the deck of a ship called the Argo and stared down a bronze giant with nothing but her mind. No weapons, no potions, no physical contact, no tricks. She simply looked at him and broke him. How she did this, and what it tells us about the Greek understanding of consciousness, vulnerability, and the limits of physical strength, is a story I have been looking forward to telling you for some time. But first, I want you to stand with me on the coast of Crete. Not the Crete of tourist brochures and beach resorts, though even modern Crete is beautiful enough to make you forget what century you are in, but the Crete of the late Bronze Age and its aftermath. The Crete of the Minoans and their successors. The Crete that was, for a long stretch of ancient history, the most powerful island in the Mediterranean Sea. And that carries, in its landscape and its ruins and its very soil, the weight of that former greatness like a scent that has soaked into the stone. It is early morning. The sun has just cleared the ridge of the White Mountains to the east, and the light is doing what Mediterranean light does at dawn, turning everything golden and sharp-edged and impossibly vivid, as though someone has taken the dimmer switch of the world and pushed it all the way to its highest setting. The sea is flat and bright. The kind of bright that makes you squint even when you are looking at the rocks and not the water. The Aegean, in summer, is a blue so deep and so clean that it looks like something invented rather than something natural. A blue that has no name in everyday English, that exists in a register between royal and electric, and that you can only really understand by standing at the edge of a Greek island at 6 in the morning and watching the sun turn the water into something that looks almost solid. You can see the bottom in places, white sand and dark weed, and the occasional shadow of a fish 30 feet down, as clear as if you were looking through glass. The clarity of the Aegean was remarked upon by ancient writers. Sailors used it for navigation in shallow waters. You could count stones on the seabed. You could watch an anchor settle. The air smells like wild thyme. That is not a poetic addition, it is a botanical fact. Crete then and now is carpeted with wild herbs. Thyme, oregano, sage, cistus, the rock rose with its crinkled white and pink petals, and mastic, the resinous shrub whose sap the ancients chewed like gum and burned like incense. The hillsides above the coast are thick with low scrub that releases its oils in the heat, and by mid-morning the air in the Cretan interior is so fragrant that ancient traders considered the island's aromatic herbs a major export commodity. The Romans imported Cretan herbs in bulk. The Egyptians used Cretan thyme in embalming. You are breathing in something that smells like a kitchen and a garden and a pharmacy all at once, and the scent is stronger in the morning than you would expect. The night dew activates the oils, and the rising heat lifts them into the air in a slow, invisible exhalation that you taste at the back of your throat before you consciously smell it. Below you, white limestone cliffs drop to the water. Not gently, they fall. The north coast of Crete is mountainous, the ridgeline pressing close to the shore, and in many places the land simply ends in a vertical wall of pale stone with the sea churning at its base. The limestone is old. Cretaceous in some places, laid down when this part of the world was an ocean floor, compressed and lifted by tectonic forces over millions of years into the sharp-edged, fossil-studded cliff faces that now catch the morning sun. Spray salt dries on warm rock in white crusts. Seaweed bakes at the tide line, giving off a smell that is part iodine and part something sweeter and stranger. Small waves lap and retreat, in a rhythm so steady it could be a metronome or a heartbeat. The wind is the Meltemi, the northwesterly summer wind that blows across the Aegean from June to September. It is steady and cool, 20 to 40 kilometers per hour on a typical day, and it presses against your face with the flat insistence of a hand held up. It does not gust. It does not swirl. It simply pushes, constantly, like a river of air flowing south from the high-pressure systems over the Balkans. Sailors in the ancient world respected the Meltemi. It could drive you south faster than you wanted to go, or pin you against the northern coast of an island for days until it died down, your ship rocking in the swell, your water running low, your crew growing restless. It carries with it the smell of salt and distance and open water. And sometimes, if the wind has crossed another island on its way to you, a faint trace of whatever herbs grow on that island's hillsides. And then there are the cicadas. If you have never heard a Cretan summer, you cannot quite imagine the sound. Thousands of them, tens of thousands, in every bush and tree and rocky crevice, all producing that high, electric, pulsing drone that is somehow both deafening and hypnotic. It starts at dawn. It does not stop until after dark. It fills the air the way heat fills the air, as a constant presence, a background texture so pervasive that you stop noticing it after a while and then miss it terribly when it stops. The Greeks associated cicadas with immortality. There is a myth about the dawn goddess Eos, who loved a mortal man named Tithonus and asked Zeus to grant him eternal life, but forgot to ask for eternal youth, so that Tithonus aged and withered and shrank until he became a cicada, singing forever in a body that was little more than a voice. The sound of cicadas on Crete is the sound of something that refuses to die. This is where the story begins, on this coast, in this light, with this wind and this sound and this air. And then you hear something else. It is faint at first, a deep, rhythmic note, somewhere between a bell and a drum. Metal striking stone, not the bright ring of iron on iron, something lower, rounder, more resonant, with a sustain that hangs in the air for a full second after each impact. It carries across the water and the wind with surprising clarity. Sound travels well over water, especially in the morning, when the air is still layered by the thermal boundary between the cool night and the warming day. The note comes at regular intervals, roughly 2 seconds apart, and with each repetition it is fractionally louder. You look north along the coastline. Nothing yet, just the white cliffs and the scrub and the flat, bright sea. But the sound continues, closer now, undeniably closer, and you notice something on the water. A shadow, moving along the base of the cliffs to the north, sweeping across the surface like the shadow of a cloud, except that there are no clouds. The sky is a hard, empty blue. The shadow is cast by something on the clifftop path, something very large. Something moving with a steady, mechanical rhythm that does not change speed or pause or hesitate. The sound grows louder, the shadow lengthens, and then you see him. Bronze, the color of honey held up to firelight, amber gold in the morning sun, with glints of red-orange where the surface catches the light at certain angles, and darker patches where the metal has oxidized, or where the curvature of a limb turns the surface away from the light into something deeper, more amber, almost brown. He is walking along the coastal path, the one that traces the edge of the island like a hem stitched along the border of a garment, and with every stride his feet ring against the limestone like a bell struck once. The heat shimmer off his surface makes his outline waver and blur, so that he looks at the edge of your vision like a mirage, a hallucination conjured by the heat and the light and the flat emptiness of the horizon. But he is not a hallucination. He is solid. He is heavy. The ground trembles under his stride, and he is heading directly toward you with the steady, unhurried certainty of a tide coming in. This is Talos, the bronze guardian of Crete, the world's first robot, if you believe the scholars, the last survivor of an ancient race, if you believe the poets, a former god, if you believe the archaeologists, or simply a very good story, one that humanity has been telling for at least 27 centuries and that we have not yet managed to stop telling? Think about that for a moment. 2,700 years. The story of Talos has survived the fall of Greece, the rise and collapse of Rome, the entire medieval period, the Renaissance, the Industrial Revolution, 2 world wars, the space age, and the invention of the actual robots he was imagined to prefigure. Somewhere in every generation, someone has told this story again. A poet in a symposium, a philosopher in an academy, a painter in a workshop, a scholar in a library. A voice in the dark, and here we are tonight, you and I, telling it one more time. To understand what Talos was, you need to understand who made him. And to understand who made him, you need to understand the single strangest god on Mount Olympus. His name was Hephaestus. He was the god of fire, the forge, metalwork, sculpture, and technology. He was the patron of blacksmiths, carpenters, artisans, and craftsmen. He was, in the entire Greek pantheon, a family of gods notable for their beauty, their athletic perfection, their effortless physical grace, the only one who worked with his hands. And that distinction matters more than you might think. It shaped everything about him. It shaped his mythology, his relationships, his psychology, and ultimately his creations, including Talos. The other Olympians ruled, fought, seduced, schemed, punished, and occasionally descended from the sky to interfere in human affairs with the careless confidence of people who have never been told no. But none of them made anything. Zeus threw thunderbolts, he did not forge them. Athena wore armor, she did not hammer it into shape on an anvil. Apollo played the lyre, he did not carve it from tortoiseshell and string it with sinew. Ares wielded a spear, he did not sit in a workshop for hours, heating and folding and hammering the bronze until the balance was right. The creation of physical objects, the slow, patient, often frustrating transformation of raw material into something beautiful or useful or dangerous, was left to Hephaestus alone. He was, in the language of modern industry, the only manufacturing division in a company of executives. Think about that, an entire civilization of gods, and only one of them knows how to build. And the other gods treated him exactly the way makers are so often treated by those who benefit from making, but do not do it themselves. They looked down on him. The myth of his origin varies by source, but the broad outlines are consistent and quite brutal. In most versions, Hephaestus was born to Hera, either by Zeus, or in some accounts by Hera alone, without a father, as a deliberate act of parthenogenic spite against her unfaithful husband. In either case, the child was born lame. His legs were withered or twisted. The precise nature of the deformity varies, but the effect is consistent. He could not walk gracefully, could not run, could not stride across the sky the way the other gods did, could not dance at the divine feasts, could not fight in the divine wars with the physical confidence of his siblings. And for this, for the crime of imperfection in a family of perfect beings, he was cast out. Homer tells the story in the Iliad, and he tells it more than once, as though the wound required retelling. In one version, Zeus hurled Hephaestus from Olympus for taking Hera's side in a quarrel, the father rejecting the son for an act of loyalty to the mother. Hephaestus fell for an entire day, from dawn to dusk, tumbling through the sky, and landed on the island of Lemnos in the northern Aegean. The impact shattered what remained of his legs. In another version, the version Homer puts in Hephaestus's own mouth, it was Hera who threw him. His own mother, disgusted by his deformity at the very moment of birth, before the child had drawn a second breath. She held him up, saw the twisted legs, and hurled him off the mountain. Either way, he fell, a full day's fall, and the women of Lemnos, the Sintians, found him broken on the rocks and nursed him back to something like health. Not wholeness, he was never whole again, not in the way the other gods understood wholeness, but functional, mobile, with the aid of golden crutches he would later build himself, alive and alone. And then, rejected, broken, exiled on a mortal island with no divine company and no divine standing, he began to build. This is the detail that transforms Hephaestus from a minor mythological figure into something far more interesting. something recognizable, something almost modern. The rejected god did not sulk. He did not rage. He did not spend centuries nursing his grievance and plotting elaborate revenge the way so many figures in Greek myth do when they are wronged. He found a forge. He found bronze and iron and gold and silver. He found fire and hammers and tongs and anvils, and he made things. Beautiful things, impossible things, things so extraordinary that the gods who had cast him out eventually came crawling back, Hera herself, the mother who threw him, to ask for more. He built his primary forge beneath a volcano. Mount Etna in Sicily in some accounts, one of the Aeolian volcanic islands in others. The Cyclopes, not the one-eyed monster of the Odyssey, but a separate race of one-eyed smiths who served as divine artisans, worked his bellows, pumping air into the furnace with a rhythm that shook the mountain. Rivers of fire lit the workshop. The noise, the heat, the sulphurous smoke, the ringing of hammer on anvil, all of this was explained by the ancient poets as the source of volcanic eruptions. When Etna rumbled, it was Hephaestus at work. When lava flowed down the mountainside, it was spillage from his furnace. When the ground shook, it was the Cyclopes shifting their weight at the bellows. The entire geological phenomenon of volcanism, the eruptions, the tremors, the columns of smoke and ash that ancient Mediterranean people witnessed regularly and feared deeply, was, in Greek understanding, the side effect of one god's obsessive, tireless, unending creative labor. And what did he make? I have spent weeks in this particular corner of mythology, and what strikes me most is not any single creation, but the pattern. Hephaestus did not build randomly. He did not produce novelties or curiosities or one-off wonders. He built systematically, in 3 categories: labor, protection, and art, and those 3 categories happen to be the exact same framework that modern roboticists use to classify autonomous systems today. Industrial robots, security robots, entertainment robots. The coincidence is either meaningless or very strange. I have not decided which. Let me walk you through the catalog. It is worth knowing in full because it establishes the context in which Talos was created. Talos was not an anomaly. He was the most famous product of a comprehensive manufacturing program. First, the self-moving tripods. Homer describes them in Book 18 of the Iliad, lines 373 to 379. 20 golden wheeled tables that rolled themselves in and out of the divine banquet hall as Hephaestus willed them to move. No one pushed them. No servants carried them. No mechanism is described. They simply moved on their own, responding to their maker's intention, carrying food and drink to the assembled gods, and then withdrawing when the meal was done. Homer, and this is the remarkable part, treats this as completely unremarkable, a background detail in a scene about something else entirely, mentioned in passing the way you might mention a dishwasher in a description of someone's kitchen. As though self-propelled service vehicles were no more surprising than a well-trained dog. These are, by any reasonable reckoning, the earliest self-driving vehicles in Western literature. 2,800 years before the automobile, a Greek poet imagined, and his audience accepted without question, the concept of machines that moved without being pushed. Second, the golden watchdogs, crafted for King Alcinous of the Phaeacians, described in the Odyssey. A pair of dogs made of gold and silver that guarded the palace entrance, deathless forever and unaging, Homer says, home security. Automated sentinels that never slept, never ate, never wandered off, never lost their alertness, never needed to be replaced. The concept is identical to a modern security system, a device that watches, detects, and responds, all without human intervention, all without maintenance, all without the biological frailties that make living guards unreliable. Third, the Caucasian eagle, a bronze bird of prey, engineered specifically to torture Prometheus. Every day it flew to the rock in the Caucasus Mountains where Prometheus was chained and tore out his liver with its bronze beak. Every night the liver grew back, a consequence of Prometheus's immortality. Every morning the eagle returned. An automated punishment device running on an infinite loop, executing the same task with the same precision, day after day, for what the myths describe as thousands of years. The cruelty of the gods, mechanized and made perpetual. Fourth, the golden singers, the Chelidones Chrysae, golden women made for Apollo's first shrine at Delphi. Their song was so perfect, so mesmerizing, that it transfixed anyone who heard it. Listeners stood rooted, unable to move, unable to turn away, held in place by the beauty of a sound produced by a mechanism rather than a voice. An early mythological concept of recorded music, or perhaps of music so flawlessly performed that it transcends the distinction between a person singing and a machine producing sound. Fifth, and this one matters deeply for what comes next in the archive, the golden maidens, the Curai Chrysae. Homer describes them in the Iliad, Book 18, lines 417 to 420, two golden women crafted to assist Hephaestus in his forge. They are described, and I want you to hear this precisely because the language is unusual for Homer, as being endowed with human traits of physical strength and intelligence, and equipped with divine knowledge. Strength, intelligence. Knowledge, not tools, not animated statues that follow simple commands. Persons, artificial women with minds. The first beings in Western literature described as having both an artificial body and a genuine inner life. We will return to the Golden Maidens in the next entry of this archive because their story deserves its own night. They raise questions that Talos, for all his drama, never forces us to confront. Sixth, the fire-breathing bronze bulls, the Tauroi Kolkioi, given to King Aetes of Colchis. Jason was required to harness them and plow a field sown with dragon's teeth as one of his 3 impossible labors. They breathed actual fire. They were enormous, furious, and nearly uncontrollable. And they were made by the same hand that made Talos, a detail that will become important when we reach the Argonauts' arrival at Crete, because Medea grew up in the palace where the bronze bulls were kept. She knew Hephaestus's work intimately. She understood its design logic, its strengths, and, crucially, its vulnerabilities. She had lived with these machines. And seventh, Talos himself, the bronze guardian, the island patrol. The most famous of all Hephaestus's automatons, and the one whose story has, more than any other, survived the intervening centuries to reach us here tonight. The pattern in these creations is worth naming explicitly because I think it illuminates something important. Every major Hephaestus automaton serves one of 3 functions: labor, the tripods, the maidens, the tasks that someone must do and that a machine could do instead. Protection, Talos, the watchdogs, the Caucasian eagle, the bronze bulls, the things that guard and punish and enforce. And art, the golden singers, the things that produce beauty for its own sake. Labor, protection, art. These are the same 3 categories we use to classify robotics today: industrial, military, creative. The oldest known imagination of artificial life, and it already contained the taxonomy we still use. Now here is where the history becomes genuinely complicated, and I want to be honest about the complication rather than smoothing it over, because the disagreement between the ancient sources is itself part of the story. Myths do not disagree by accident. They disagree because different people, in different places, at different times, needed the story to mean different things. Who commissioned Talos? Who was he built for? What was his purpose? The ancient sources do not agree, and their disagreement is not trivial. It changes the entire meaning of the myth. In the most commonly repeated version, Hephaestus forged Talos at Zeus's direction. Zeus, the king of the gods, who had a habit of falling in love with mortal women and then arranging elaborate protections for them after the fact, as though a divine bodyguard could compensate for a divine abduction. Zeus gave Talos to Europa, the Phoenician princess whom he had carried off to Crete in the form of a white bull. Talos was a gift, a guardian for the woman Zeus loved. In this version, the bronze giant is an act of divine affection, extravagant, overwhelming, slightly terrifying in its scale, but ultimately protective. When Europa's son Minos became king of Crete, Talos passed into his service as a weapon of state. In an alternate version, recorded in the Bibliotheca of Apollodorus, there is no Zeus intermediary. Hephaestus made Talos directly for Minos. This changes the story significantly. Talos is no longer a love gift with a secondary military function. He is a military asset, pure and simple, a weapon commissioned by a king, built by a divine arms manufacturer, deployed for the defense of an island that needed defending. The relationship between maker and client is transactional, not romantic. Minos needed coastal defense. Hephaestus provided it. The emotional register of the myth shifts from tenderness to commerce. In a third version, the one Apollonius of Rhodes uses in the Argonautica, and the one that I find most haunting, Talos is not a manufactured object at all. He is a survivor. The last living member of the Bronze Race, the third age of humanity in Hesiod's cosmology. The Bronze Race were men who sprang from ash trees, who were terrible and mighty, who worked only in bronze because iron had not yet been discovered, and who were eventually destroyed by their own violence, killed each other, everyone in wars fought with bronze weapons. Talos, in this telling, is not a robot. He is a relic. The last of a vanished people, ancient beyond reckoning, enduring on the coast of Crete long after everyone else of his kind has perished. Apollonius calls him the last left among the sons of the gods. There is a loneliness in that phrase, a survivor guilt, if a being of bronze can be said to feel guilt, that the other versions do not capture. And then there is the fourth version, the strangest of all, preserved by Pausanias in his description of Greece, who cites the poet Sinethon of Sparta. In Sinethon's genealogy, Talos is the son of Cres, who is the personification of Crete itself, and Hephaestus is Talos's son, not his creator, his child. The divine blacksmith descended from the bronze giant, not the other way around. The power relationship is completely inverted. Talos is not a product of the forge. The forge is a product of Talos. He is not the creation. He is the ancestor. What do we make of 4 contradictory origin stories? We could treat them as errors, the inevitable confusion that results when a story passes through many hands over many centuries, like a message in a game of telephone that arrives at the end bearing little resemblance to what was originally said. But I think the classical scholar A.B. Cook had a more interesting reading. Writing in 1914, Cook proposed that the contradictions exist because Talos was not always a character in a story. Before the myths absorbed him, Cook argued, Talos was a god. The evidence is scattered but suggestive, and it comes from several independent sources. The 5th century lexicographer Hesychius of Alexandria recorded that in the Cretan dialect, the word Talos meant Helios, the sun. The 2 words were, in Cretan Greek, synonymous. Inscriptions at the Cretan towns of Dreros and Aulis, both on the eastern end of the island, both dating to the Archaic period, attest to a cult of Zeus Talios, Zeus the sun. A variant of the supreme god, bearing the name of Talos, worshipped with oaths and sacrifices on the island where the bronze guardian was said to patrol. The Thalia, a spur of Mount Ida in the center of Crete, the same mountain where the infant Zeus was hidden from his father Kronos, was associated with sunrise rituals. And the coins of Phaistos. The silver coins minted at Phaistos, a major Minoan city in southern Crete, in the 4th century BCE. They depict Talos as a youthful winged figure, striding, hurling a stone. The wings are significant. No textual source mentions wings, but wings appear consistently on Cretan coinage in association with Talos, and wings are not a standard attribute of an automaton. They are a standard attribute of a god. Cook's argument, stated plainly, was this. Talos was originally a Minoan solar deity, a god of the sun worshipped on Crete during the Bronze Age, perhaps the most important god on the island, associated with the cycle of day and night, with the light that circled the sky 3 times, sunrise, noon, sunset, before returning to darkness. When mainland Greek culture absorbed and colonized Cretan religion, as it did systematically over centuries, the local god was demoted. Stripped of his divinity. Rewritten as a construct, a tool, a weapon in someone else's story. The bronze giant patrolling the coast is what happens when a conquered people's god is swallowed by the mythology of the conquerors. We do not know if Cook was right. No inscription in Linear A, the undeciphered script of the Minoans, has been found that names Talos. The Phaistos coins are centuries later than the supposed Minoan cult. The evidence is circumstantial, but it is there. And it adds a layer to the story that changes its emotional texture entirely. Talos may not have been built, he may have been diminished. A god, walking the perimeter of the island where he was once worshipped, reduced over centuries from deity to automaton, from sun to sentinel, from the object of prayer to the subject of a story about his own destruction. Think about that. Let us return to the coast. The ancient sources agree on this much. Talos circled the island of Crete 3 times every day. 3 complete circuits. Dawn, midday, dusk, or perhaps distributed differently across the hours. The sources do not specify the exact schedule, but 3 full orbits of the coastline, every day, without exception, without variation, without rest. Crete is not a small island. It is the largest island in Greece and the 5th largest in the Mediterranean. It stretches roughly 260 kilometers from its western tip at Grambousa to its eastern point at Cape Sideros. The coastline, with all its bays and peninsulas and inlets and headlands and harbors, is considerably longer than that straight-line measurement. But even taking the most conservative estimate, even pretending that Talos walked in a straight line from one end of the island to the other and back, 3 circuits represent roughly 780 kilometers of daily travel. 780 kilometers per day, every day. Let me put that in perspective, because the numbers deserve to be taken seriously. A marathon is 42.2 kilometers. Talos covered the equivalent of 18.5 marathons every single day. The fastest human ultramarathoners in the world, the very best, the genetic outliers, the people who train for years and organize their entire lives around the goal of running extraordinary distances, can cover approximately 250 to 300 kilometers in a sanctioned 24-hour race. Talos more than doubled that output. And he was not racing. He was not straining or suffering or depleting glycogen stores or risking stress fractures. He was patrolling. Scanning the horizon, evaluating every approaching vessel, making decisions about which ships to attack and which to let pass, and doing it again the next day and the next and the next for centuries, for as long as anyone could remember, for as long as there was anyone to remember. To put it yet another way, if Talos had walked in a straight line instead of circling, he would have covered the distance from London to Rome, every day, without stopping, without slowing, without, as far as any source tells us, any indication that the distance was difficult or remarkable or even noticeable to him. This is where the Phaistos coins become important. The coins, dating to the 4th century BCE, show Talos with wings. No textual source mentions wings, not Apollonius, not Apollodorus, not Simonides or Sophocles or any of the other writers who described the bronze guardian. The wings appear only on the coins, on the actual currency minted by the actual Cretans who lived on the actual island that Talos was said to guard. How do you interpret that? If you are an author in Athens or Alexandria, writing about a mythological figure from a distant island, you describe a walking giant. If you are a Cretan who lives on the island and whose ancestors told the story for generations, you put wings on the figure. The Cretans knew something the literary sources did not, or they preserved something the literary sources had already lost. Because how else do you circuit 780 kilometers in a day? The wings were the Cretans' answer. Speed beyond walking. Movement beyond the mechanical limitations of legs and stride. The coins may preserve an older version of the myth, one that the poets on the mainland had already rationalized away by the time they set the story down in writing. Or the wings connect back to Cook's solar deity theory. The sun crosses the sky with wings of light. A sun god who circuits the island 3 times daily does not walk. He flies, or glides, or blazes across the landscape at the speed of dawn moving west. The wings on the coins may be solar iconography, not aerodynamic equipment. We do not know, but I find the discrepancy between the written sources and the minted coins fascinating, a reminder that the story as we have it is not the story as it was always told. I want to try something now. I want you to stand with me on the north coast of Crete and experience what the patrol might have felt like, not from Talos's perspective, because Talos may not have had a perspective, but from yours. From the perspective of a person standing on the shore when the patrol came through. Because the myth is not only about Talos. It is about the people who lived in his shadow. You are on the coast. The Meltemi presses against your face, steady and cool despite the summer heat that is already building even though the morning is still young. The sea is flat and bright to the north, stretching toward the invisible shores of the Cyclades. Behind you, the hills rise sharply, covered in scrub, aromatic with thyme, buzzing with cicadas that have been singing since before you woke. You are alone. You are a fisherman, or a farmer who has walked down to the shore to check on a beached boat, or a shepherd whose goats have wandered too close to the cliff's edge. The morning is ordinary. You have work to do. The sun is warm on your shoulders and the breeze is cool on your face, and the world is exactly the same as it was yesterday and the day before. And then you feel it in your feet before you hear it. A vibration in the limestone, rhythmic, deep. The kind of tremor that you register in your ankles and your knees and the arches of your feet before it reaches your conscious awareness. Something heavy is moving along the coastal path. Something very heavy and very regular and very close. The sound reaches you next. Bronze on stone. A deep ring, almost musical, like a temple bell struck from a great distance, repeating at the pace of a slow heartbeat. It is coming from the east, from around the headland where the cliff bends and the path disappears. You can see the shadow first, sweeping across the water near the base of the cliff, long and dark and sharply defined, cast by something tall and opaque that is catching the morning sun from behind. Then the figure rounds the headland, and the scale of him becomes real. The sources never give Talos's height. This is one of the genuine mysteries of the myth. He is never described as 100 feet tall or 50 cubits, or any specific measurement. Ancient art, the famous Talos crater, painted between 425 and 400 BCE, shows him roughly human proportioned, but noticeably taller than the men grasping his arms. The giant tradition is partly a later interpolation, influenced perhaps by the Colossus of Rhodes or by the general tendency of mythology to inflate its figures over time. But he is larger than a man. Substantially larger. Large enough that his stride covers ground at a pace no human could match, and his footfalls register in the stone like the bass notes of a drum. The surface of his body in the morning light is amber gold, shifting to red-orange where the angle catches. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin, roughly 88% copper, 12% tin, and it absorbs heat with a thermal conductivity that makes it dangerous in direct sun. In Mediterranean summer, with ambient temperatures reaching 35 degrees Celsius, an exposed bronze surface can reach 50 to 70 degrees on its exterior, hot enough to blister your skin on contact, hot enough to cook an egg, hot enough that the air around it shimmers and bends with visible thermal distortion. He looks, at the edge of your vision, like something that is not quite solid, a mirage with weight, an illusion that leaves footprints. He does not look at you, he does not slow. He does not nod or wave or make any gesture of acknowledgement. You are not a ship, you are not a threat, you are irrelevant to his function. His gaze, if a bronze face can be said to have a gaze, is directed outward, toward the sea, rotating slowly as he walks, scanning the horizon with the methodical patience of a lighthouse beam. Target acquisition, threat assessment. The terms are modern, but the behavior is ancient. He is looking for ships that should not be there. And then he is past you. The sound of his footsteps recedes to the west, growing fainter with each stride, the vibration in the stone fading like the aftermath of a struck bell. The shadow sweeps away along the water. The cicadas, which had gone silent during his passage, and you notice only now that they had stopped, because the silence happened so naturally that it did not register until the singing resumed, start up again, tentatively at first, then in full pulsing chorus. The morning returns to normal. Except that it isn't normal, is it? And it hasn't been normal for as long as anyone on this island can remember, because he will be back. In 8 hours, approximately, he will round that same headland again on his second circuit. And 8 hours after that, the third. And then tomorrow, the first circuit again. And the day after that. And the one after that. An unbroken sequence stretching backward in time beyond the memory of the oldest person you know, and forward into a future that seems, from where you are standing, as fixed and certain as the sunrise. This is the existence of Talos, the patrol, the circuit, the endless, unwavering orbit of an island coastline, day after day, year after year, century after century. No rest, no variation, no deviation from the route, no conversation with the people he passes, no interaction with the world beyond the mechanical execution of his single purpose: guard the coast, repel intruders, protect Crete. What do you call a being like that? A guardian? A prisoner? A machine? Is there a difference when the being in question has no choice, no alternative, no capacity to imagine any other existence? Adrian Mayer, the Stanford historian who has spent more time thinking about ancient automata than perhaps anyone alive, uses a word that I find quietly devastating. She calls Talos programmed. His behavioral instructions, she argues, are functionally identical to what a modern roboticist would call programming. Target acquisition, identify approaching vessels. Threat response, hurl boulders at unauthorized ships. Patrol algorithm, circuit the island 3 times daily. Thermal attack, heat body for close combat when physical barriers fail. These are not the actions of a conscious being making choices. They are the outputs of a system following rules. If ship approaches, then evaluate. If unauthorized, then attack. If circuit incomplete, then continue walking. Not consciousness, not feeling, not boredom or loneliness or the faintest flicker of wondering what lies beyond the horizon. Just execution, the steady, perfect, endlessly repeated execution of a purpose that someone else defined. And here is the question that no ancient source ever asks, and that I find myself unable to stop asking. Did it matter? To Talos, I mean. Did the patrol matter to him, or was he incapable of the concept of mattering? Was there something inside that bronze body that experienced the sunrise over the Aegean, that registered the smell of time on the wind, that felt the salt spray on his surface and the vibration of his own footsteps in the stone? Or was there nothing? An empty interior behind a functioning exterior. A machine in the shape of a man, going through motions that looked like purpose, but contained no experience whatsoever. We do not know, no ancient writer thought to ask, and that silence, that complete, uncurious silence about whether the bronze guardian might have an inner life, tells us something important about how the Greeks understood their automatons. They were not interested in consciousness. They were interested in function. Talos worked. That was enough. What would you have done, standing on that shore, watching him pass? Would you have watched in silence, the way the fishermen and shepherds presumably did, generation after generation, as much a part of the landscape as the cliffs and the wind? Or would you have tried to speak to him, called out, waved, thrown a pebble to see if he would flinch? I wonder about the children of ancient Crete, whether they dared each other to get close, whether they gave him a nickname, whether they were afraid of him, or proud of him, or simply so accustomed to him that he was no more remarkable than the Meltemi. The sources are silent on the human experience of living with Talos, but I think about it. I think about what it would be like to live your entire life on an island patrolled by a being that never acknowledged your existence. To grow up with the sound of bronze on stone as a background rhythm of your childhood. To tell your children stories about where the guardian came from, knowing that the guardian would still be there when your children's children were telling their own children the same stories. To live inside a myth. To walk the same coastline as a being that was, depending on which version of the story you believed, a gift from Zeus, or a weapon of King Minos, or the last survivor of a vanished race, or a god who had been reduced to a servant. What does it do to a culture to share an island with something like that? To know that you are protected and watched and never, ever alone. The sources do not tell us. The patrol continued. Now I need to tell you about the sardonic smile. I mentioned it near the beginning of tonight's story, that the word sardonic has an origin connected to Talos. I suspect most of you have used the word at some point. It means a kind of grimly mocking smile, bitter and knowing, carrying an edge of contempt or ironic detachment. A smile that does not imply happiness. You might describe a cynical joke as sardonic, or a world-weary expression, or the kind of smile someone gives when they have seen through a pretense but cannot be bothered to object. It is a word you can use at a dinner party without anyone flinching. It is polite. It is literary. It sounds sophisticated. Its origin is the furthest thing from sophisticated. It is a word with a long pedigree. Homer used a form of it. Odysseus gives a sardonic smile in the Odyssey, a smile of grim, contained fury, a smile that is not a smile at all but a mask worn over violence. The word has been in continuous use for nearly 3,000 years, passed from Greek to Latin to French to English, accumulating connotations at every stage but never quite losing the dark edge that it started with. The word comes from the Greek sardonios, which meant, roughly, of or relating to Sardinia. And the reason it related to Sardinia was Talos. The account comes from Simonides of Chios, writing around 556 BCE, making this the oldest extended account of Talos' behavior in the surviving record, predating Apollonius by about 250 years, predating the Talos crater by over a century. Simonides tells a version of the Talos story that is absent from the later mainstream literary tradition. It did not make it into the Argonautica. It did not make it into the Bibliotheca. It survived in fragments, in lexicons, in the margins of other texts. The scholarly equivalent of a story that everyone whispered, but no one wanted to tell in full. In Simonides' account, Talos was sent by King Minos not merely to patrol the coast of Crete, but to enforce Cretan authority over other peoples. Minos was an imperialist. Crete under his rule was not a peaceful island minding its own business. It was the center of a naval empire that demanded tribute and obedience from its neighbors across the eastern Mediterranean. And Talos was his enforcement mechanism. When the Sardinians, the people of Sardinia, or possibly a Sardinian colony, the sources are slightly ambiguous about the exact geography, refused to submit to Minos' authority, Talos was dispatched. What happened next is the kind of image that stays with you whether you want it to or not. Talos heated his bronze body. Not a part of his body, the entire surface from head to foot brought to a red-hot glow. Imagine that for a moment. The color of the bronze shifting from its normal amber gold to a dull orange, then to a brighter orange, then to a red that pulses with heat, the air around the figure shimmering and warping with thermal distortion, so extreme that the landscape behind him becomes liquid and unreadable. The ground beneath his feet blackening. The scrub plants near the path curling and catching fire. The heat pressing outward in waves that you can feel on your face from 100 paces away. He walked to the Sardinians and he clasped them to his chest. One at a time, or in groups, the account is not specific about the logistics, and I confess the logistics are not the part that stays with you. He simply grabbed them and held them against his superheated surface. Bronze at red heat is somewhere between 400 and 500 degrees Celsius. The human body begins to experience degree burns at roughly 70 degrees. And they died. They died in a specific way. The extreme heat caused the facial muscles to contract, the muscles around the mouth pulling back in an involuntary spasm, the lips drawing apart, the teeth exposed, the corners of the mouth lifting into what looked, horribly, grotesquely, unmistakably, like a grin, a wide, fixed, involuntary smile. The death agony of being burned alive by a bronze giant twisted their faces into an expression that resembled laughter. Sardonios Gelos, sardonic laughter, the death grin of Talos' victims, that is where the word comes from. Both Photius's lexicon and Zenobius's Proverbs cite Simonides as the source for this etymology. Scholars have debated the precision of the linguistic connection. Some argue the Sardinian link is coincidental, that the word has a separate botanical origin related to a Sardinian plant called the herba sardonia, a type of water celery whose toxin caused facial convulsions. But the Simonides tradition is old, it is consistent, and it is deeply embedded in ancient commentary on the Greek language. Every time you use the word sardonic, there is a reasonable chance you are referencing the death grin of people burned alive while clasped against the chest of a bronze giant on a Mediterranean island, sometime in the late Bronze Age. The word carried that freight for the ancient Greeks who used it. It carries it still, even if we have forgotten. I almost didn't include this section. The rest of tonight's story is, I think, beautiful, strange, and melancholy, and full of the kind of mystery that makes ancient history feel alive and close and worth lying in the dark thinking about. But this part is not beautiful. It is ugly and violent and disturbing, and if you are listening to this in the dark, trying to fall asleep, you might reasonably wonder why I am telling you about people being burned to death. Here is why. Because this version of the Talos myth changes the moral texture of the entire story. In the version most people know, the version I have been telling so far tonight, Talos is a guardian, a protector, a sentinel who defends an island from invaders. There is something noble about that, or at least neutral. A machine doing its job, a wall with legs, a security system that happens to be shaped like a man. But in Simonides' version, Talos is not a guardian. He is a weapon of empire, a tool of conquest, a means by which a powerful king imposes his will on people who have committed no crime except refusing to be conquered. The burning embrace is not defense, it is offense. It is not protection, it is domination. Talos is not keeping Crete safe, he is making Crete feared. And this is Mayer's darkest observation, the one that sits at the center of her book like a stone in a shoe. Not one of those myths has a good ending once the artificial beings are sent to Earth. Hephaestus's automatons function perfectly on Olympus. The self-moving tripods serve wine without incident. The golden maidens assist the divine blacksmith with intelligence and care. But the moment an automaton is sent down to the mortal world, to operate among humans, to serve human purposes, to fulfill human ambitions, something goes wrong. The purpose curdles. The tool becomes a terror. The guardian becomes an executioner. The labor-saving device becomes a labor-destroying weapon. There is, I think, a modern resonance here that does not need to be stated explicitly. You can feel it without my pointing at it. The pattern is old. It is very, very old. There is another complication, one that I find more interesting than disturbing, and that I think is worth spending a few minutes with before we move on. Some ancient sources describe Talos not as a bronze man, but as a bronze bull. This sounds like a minor variant, but in the context of Cretan mythology, it is anything but minor. The bull was the central sacred animal of Minoan Crete, the bull of Minos, the divine white bull sent by Poseidon. The Minotaur, the half-man, half-bull monster imprisoned in the labyrinth beneath the palace of Knossos. The bull-leaping frescoes at Knossos, where young athletes somersaulted over the backs of charging bulls in what appears to have been a religious ritual of extraordinary danger and grace. The entire Minoan civilization was, in some meaningful sense, organized around the bull as a symbol of divine power, royal authority, and the boundary between the human and the inhuman. So when some sources describe Talos as a bronze bull rather than a bronze man, they may be preserving an older tradition, one rooted in the deep Minoan past, in the bull-centered religion that preceded Greek colonization of Crete. The man version in this reading is a later rationalization. The Greeks, who organized their mythology around humanoid gods and human heroes, took a Minoan bronze bull and gave it a human shape because that is how they imagined powerful beings. A Minoan bronze bull became a Greek bronze man as the mythology was translated from one culture's framework into another's. And remember, Hephaestus also made the fire-breathing bronze bulls that guarded the golden fleece in Colchis, the Tauroi Kolkioi. If the divine blacksmith built both Talos and the Colchian bulls, and if Talos was in some traditions a bull rather than a man, then we may be looking at a single type of Hephaestus-made bronze guardian animal that was later separated into distinct myths as the stories traveled from Crete to the mainland and from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age. We do not know. The trail goes cold in the way that Bronze Age trails always go cold, not with a definitive answer, but with a shrug and a gesture toward the darkness before written records. The bullform theory remains exactly that, a theory, plausible, unprovable, and fascinating. It adds a layer of uncertainty that I think is worth sitting with rather than resolving, because the uncertainty is honest, and honest uncertainty is more interesting than a confident fiction. Talos is not a character with a single, stable identity. He is a palimpsest, a surface that has been written on, erased, and rewritten many times across many centuries, and where, if you look carefully, you can still see traces of the earlier texts bleeding through the later ones. God, giant, machine, bull, man, weapon, guardian, survivor, father of Hephaestus, son of Hephaestus, last of the bronze race, first of the robots. He is all of these things and none of them with certainty, and that layering of identity is, I think, what has kept the story alive for 27 centuries. He contains multitudes. He refuses to be resolved. He resists, with the stubbornness of bronze, being pinned down to a single meaning. Rather like the coast of Crete itself, always there, always the same island, but different in every light and every season and every century. The story that most people know, the story that has been retold in films and novels and children's books and animated series, and most recently, in a Netflix adaptation that takes considerable liberties with the source material, is the story of the Argonauts. And it is a good story. Possibly the best one connected to Talos, and certainly the most complete. But to tell it properly, I need to set the scene with some care, because the context matters as much as the events. Jason and the Argonauts have been at sea for a very long time. Their journey is one of the great odysseys of Greek mythology. Older, in fact, than the Odyssey itself, which references the Argos voyage as a famous event already in the past. Jason, the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcos in Thessaly, was sent on what was intended to be an impossible quest, to sail to the far eastern end of the Black Sea, to the kingdom of Colchis in what is now the nation of Georgia, and retrieve the Golden Fleece. His uncle Peleus, the usurper who sat on Jason's throne, assigned the quest with the explicit hope that Jason would die attempting it. It was not a quest. It was a death sentence with theatrical packaging. Jason did not die. He assembled a crew of heroes, the greatest generation of Greek mythology, gathered on a single ship. Heracles, the strongest man who ever lived. Orpheus, whose music could move stones and calm seas. Castor and Pollux, the divine twins, matchless in combat and horsemanship. Atalanta, in some versions, the fastest runner in Greece. The seer Mopsus. The helmsman Tiphys. 50 heroes in all, aboard a ship built from timber that could speak, because one of the planks in the Argo's prow was cut from the sacred oak of Dodona, which was an oracle of Zeus. They sailed east. They survived. Barely. The journey to Colchis involved the Symplegades, the clashing rocks, two enormous stone formations at the entrance to the Black Sea that moved together and crushed anything that passed between them. It involved encounters with the Harpies, the wind spirits that stole food from the blind prophet Phineus. It involved hostile kings, treacherous currents, the constant grinding pressure of sailing an ancient wooden vessel across open water for months with a crew of men who, however heroic, were still mortal and still got tired and sick and afraid and homesick. In Colchis, Jason met Medea, and that meeting changed everything. Medea was the daughter of King Aeetes, the same king who possessed the fire-breathing bronze bulls that Hephaestus had made. She was a granddaughter of Helios, the sun god. She was a priestess of Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, crossroads, and the liminal spaces between the known and the unknown. She was, depending on which source you trust, either a brilliant herbalist with a deep knowledge of pharmacology that bordered on the supernatural, or a genuine sorceress with powers that operated outside the laws of nature entirely, or a woman who blurred the line between those categories so thoroughly that the distinction collapsed. The sources do not always distinguish clearly between medicine, magic, and religion, and it is possible, likely, even that the ancient Greeks did not draw the same lines between these categories that we do. What is clear is this: Medea fell in love with Jason, or she was compelled to fall in love with him by Aphrodite, acting on behalf of Hera, who was Jason's patron goddess. Or she made a cold strategic calculation that Jason represented her best chance of escape from a father she feared and a kingdom she had outgrown. The sources disagree about the mechanism, but agree about the result. Medea betrayed her father, her kingdom, and her entire previous life to help Jason steal the golden fleece. She drugged the sleepless dragon that guarded the fleece with a potion that closed its enormous eyes for the first time in its existence. She gave Jason a magical ointment that made him temporarily fireproof, allowing him to yoke the bronze bulls without being incinerated. And then, and this is the detail that marks the boundary between helping and horror, she killed her own brother, Apsietus, a young man who had done nothing wrong except be the son of the king she was betraying. She cut him to pieces. Some versions say she did it herself, others that Jason held the blade while she directed the cuts, and scattered the parts in the sea behind the fleeing Argo. She did this because she knew that her father's pursuing fleet would have to stop and gather the pieces for proper burial. Greek religious law required it. The dead had to be whole. An unburied body, a dismembered corpse left scattered in the waves, would bring pollution, miasma, on anyone who passed without stopping to collect the remains. It was a trap baited with sacrilege, and it worked. The fleet stopped. The Argo escaped. Medea bought Jason's freedom with her brother's body. These are not the actions of a passive romantic interest. These are not the actions of a damsel who needs rescuing. These are the actions of a woman who has made a calculation, a terrible, irreversible calculation, and committed to it completely. By the time she boards the Argo, there is nothing behind her. No home, no family, no country, no possibility of return. She has burned every bridge with fire she lit herself. By the time the Argo reaches the coast of Crete on the return voyage, Medea has been at sea for weeks. She has allied herself entirely with Jason and his crew. She has proven, through a series of increasingly extreme acts, that she is the most capable and the most dangerous person on the ship. And the crew knows it. They need her. They fear her. They depend on her. And they are not entirely sure whether she is their greatest asset or their greatest liability. The crew is spent. Weeks at sea with inadequate provisions, the constant stress of navigating hostile waters, the psychological weight of everything that has happened, the dragon, the bulls, the murder, the pursuit. They need water. They need rest. They need to stand on something that does not move. Their stores are low. Their bodies are worn. They are heading west, back toward Greece, and Crete lies across their path, the largest island in the Aegean, impossible to miss, and known to have good harbors on its eastern coast. They turn toward the harbor at Dikte, on the eastern end of the island, where they hope to find shelter and fresh water and a few hours of peace on solid ground. They do not find peace. But before I tell you what happened at Dikte, I want to add one piece of context that is easily overlooked, but I think essential. By the time of the Argonauts' voyage, by the time any Greek ship approached the coast of Crete, the story of Talos was already old, already known, already feared. Sailors in the ancient Aegean traded information about harbors the way modern travelers trade restaurant recommendations, and Crete's reputation as a guarded coast would have been common knowledge among anyone who sailed those waters. The Argonauts knew what they were sailing toward. They knew about the Bronze Guardian. They approached anyway because they had no choice, their water was running out, and Crete was the closest landfall. There is something in that decision that feels very human. The choice to approach a danger you know about because the alternative, dying of thirst on open water, is worse. The quiet, grim mathematics of necessity. We like to imagine that heroes make bold choices. More often, heroes make the only choice left. Apollonius of Rhodes tells the story in Book 4 of the Argonautica, lines 1638 to 1693, the most complete and dramatically richest account of the encounter between Talos and the Argonauts that survives in the ancient record. Apollonius was writing around 250 BCE in the Great Library of Alexandria, drawing on centuries of oral tradition and earlier written sources that are now lost. His version is detailed, specific, and emotionally complex in ways that later retellings often flatten. The Argo approaches the coast. The crew can see the harbor, the headland, the rocky shore beyond. They are close enough to smell the land, the thyme, the salt, the warm stone. They begin to turn toward the beach. The oarsmen adjust their stroke. The helmsman reads the current. And then the boulders start falling. Talos appears on the headland above the harbor. He is not waiting. He is not assessing. He has already assessed. The Argo is an unauthorized vessel approaching the coast, and the behavioral protocol, the programming, if we accept Mayer's term, has already determined the response. He is tearing rocks from the cliff face, not picking up loose stones from the ground, but ripping chunks of living limestone out of the cliff itself, the bedrock splitting and cracking under the force of his bronze hands with a sound like the earth being torn open, and hurling them at the approaching ship. The boulders arc through the air in a flat trajectory, not lobbed but thrown, and they crash into the sea around the Argo in columns of white spray, each impact rocking the vessel and sending waves slapping against the hull. Some fall short, some fall wide, but the pattern is clear. He is finding the range. He is adjusting. The crew panics. These are heroes, men who have faced the clashing rocks and the harpies and the armies of Colchis, but they have never encountered anything like this. The boulders are enormous. The figure on the cliff is enormous, and he is not stopping, not tiring, not pausing to rest or rethink. He is methodical, relentless, mechanical, drawing one rock after another from the cliff and launching them with the kind of precision that comes not from skill but from repetition, from having done this before. Many times. No rage, no warning shouts. No negotiation, no parley flag, no demand for identification, no opportunity for the strangers to explain themselves. Just stone, flung with mechanical precision, closing the harbor the way a gate closes a doorway. The Argonauts had faced many enemies on their journey. None of those enemies had been immune to persuasion, or intimidation, or the sight of 50 armed heroes on a warship's deck. Talos was immune to all of it. He was not a being with whom you could negotiate. He was a function being executed. They cannot land. That much becomes clear within the first few throws. The Argo pulls back, the oarsmen straining against the current that wants to carry them toward the shore, the helmsman fighting the rudder, the spray from the falling boulders soaking the deck. They retreat to open water out of range, and there they sit, rocking gently on the swell. Exhausted, thirsty, watching the coast of Crete, which they can see clearly, the beach, the trees, the glint of a freshwater stream, but cannot reach. This is where the story turns, because now the question becomes, what do you do about an invulnerable bronze giant who will not let you land? Apollonius records that the crew debated. Some wanted to sail on, to find another island, to give up on Crete entirely, to accept that some harbors are closed. Others wanted to fight, to bring the ship close enough for the warriors to leap ashore, to engage the giant directly, though with what weapons and what prospect of success is not at all clear. A bronze body is not susceptible to bronze swords. Think about that, the greatest warriors of their generation, armed with the best weapons available, and none of it mattered. Not against bronze. The debate was urgent, heated, circular, and going nowhere. And then Medea stood up. I want to describe what she does next with some precision, because it is one of the most remarkable passages in all of ancient literature, and it is almost always simplified in the retelling. Most summaries, most children's books, most encyclopedias, most websites will tell you that Medea cast a spell on Talos. That is technically accurate in the same way that saying Beethoven played some piano is technically accurate. It misses everything that matters. Throughout the Argonautica, Medea has been using drugs and herbs. Her magic up to this point has been pharmaceutical. She mixes potions from rare plants. She applies ointments that alter the body's properties. She prepares concoctions that change the state of consciousness, hers or her victims. Her power is grounded in material substances, in the physical world of roots and leaves and liquids. She is, in modern terms, more chemist than sorceress, more pharmacologist than witch. Her knowledge is vast and her preparations are effective, but they operate within the world of cause and effect as the Greeks understood it. A drug produces a result. A potion has an active ingredient. The magic is in the knowing, not in the supernatural. Here, at the coast of Crete, standing on the deck of the Argo with the bronze giant visible on the headland and the boulders still falling at intervals, she does something different. She puts down her box of potions. She sets aside the drugs. She closes the lid on the herbs and ointments and preparations that have carried her this far, and she pushes the box away from her. What she is about to do requires no chemicals at all. This is, in Apollonius's telling, the climax of Medea's characterization. The moment when she stops being an herbalist and becomes something else entirely, something older and darker and more powerful. The Argonautica treats this transition as the most significant thing Medea has ever done, more significant than drugging the dragon, more significant than making Jason fireproof, more significant even than the murder of her brother. Here, at the edge of Crete, she crosses a threshold. And she does not come back. Apollonius describes what happens next with a specificity that suggests he understood how unusual it was. How far outside the normal range of Greek literary magic this particular act fell. Medea propitiated and invoked the death spirits, devourers of life, the swift hounds of Hades. These are the Keres, female death spirits, the violent personifications of death in battle and disaster. They are not gentle figures. They are not the kindly escorts of the peaceful dead, not the quiet attendants who guide a soul to the underworld after a long life and a gentle passing. The Keres are the hungry, tearing, blood-soaked spirits that hover over battlefields and feed on the dying. In Hesiod's Shield of Heracles, they are described as having dark blue-black skin and red eyes, with long claws and blood dripping from their jaws, fighting over the bodies of fallen warriors like vultures over a carcass. They are the scavengers of violence. They are the personification of the worst death you can imagine, death in pain, death in terror, death without dignity or peace. Medea summoned them, deliberately. 3 times, Apollonius tells us, through song and prayer. 3 invocations, each more intense than the last. 3 calls to the devourers of life, the swift hounds of Hades, to come from wherever they waited, from the battlefield, from the edge of the underworld, from the dark spaces between the living and the dead, and attend her on the coast of Crete. And then, and this is the passage that has kept classicists arguing for 2,000 years, she bewitched the eyes of Talos with the evil in her own. The evil eye, but inverted. Not the passive superstition that you might associate with blue glass amulets hung above a doorway, not a farmer's ward against bad luck, not a mother's anxious charm pinned to a baby's blanket. This is the evil eye as a weapon. An active projection of malice through the channel of direct eye contact. She looked at the bronze giant, and she sent something through that look, some force, some power, some projection of her will that traveled through the medium of her gaze and struck him. The text says she sent forth baneful phantoms in the frenzy of her rage. Phantoms, mental projections, hallucinations if you want a modern word. She attacked his mind, or whatever a bronze automaton has in place of a mind, whatever internal architecture processes the inputs from those bronze eyes and translates them into the behavioral outputs of patrol and attack, not with a sword or an arrow or a potion, but with visions, images. Things that were not real but that felt real, that overwhelmed whatever sensory processing Talos was capable of, that jammed his circuits. To use an anachronistic but I think illuminating metaphor with false data. What would you have decided if you had been standing on the deck of the Argo, watching this happen? To trust the sorceress, the woman who had already betrayed her own father and murdered her own brother and demonstrated, again and again, that there was no line she would not cross. To stand back and let her engage a bronze giant in a psychic battle while the ship sat helpless in open water, the crew doing nothing but watching? The Argonauts had no choice. They had no other option. No sword could cut bronze. No arrow could pierce it. They had nothing but Medea. And Medea, standing at the prow of the ship, staring at the clifftop where Talos stood, was the only person among them who had ever successfully opposed a creation of Hephaestus. She had beaten the bronze bulls in Colchis. She understood the design philosophy. She knew where the vulnerabilities were, not in the body, which was impervious, but in the system, in the logic, in the mind. And it worked. While entranced, while caught in whatever psychic trap Medea had constructed from the Charis and the evil eye and the baneful phantoms of her rage, Talos moved. He stumbled. He was disoriented, off balance, his bronze feet missing the path, his bronze body pitching forward. And he grazed his ankle on a jagged crag of stone, the one place on his entire body that was not solid bronze. The one thin membrane of skin, on a being made of metal, covering the one bronze nail that sealed the one vein that ran from his neck to his foot. The nail tore, the membrane ripped, and the ichor, the fluid of the gods, the divine substance that had circulated through his single vein for as long as anyone could remember, the hot, bright lifeblood of an impossible being, gushed out like molten lead. Like molten lead. I want you to hold that image for a moment, because it is one of the most precisely chosen similes in ancient literature. Not like blood, not like water, not like wine or oil or any of the other fluids that a Greek poet might reach for when describing the outpouring of life. Like molten lead. The fluid of Talos's existence is described in the language of the foundry. The image is industrial, not biological. His death is rendered in the vocabulary of the smith's workshop, the same workshop where he was made. A.B. Cook, the classical scholar whose work on Talos has been foundational for over a century, noted in 1914 that this was not a coincidence. The single vein, the sealing nail, the fluid that pours out when the seal is broken, all of this mirrors, with remarkable precision, the process of Sire Purdue bronze casting. Lost wax casting. In lost wax casting, a hollow bronze figure is created by sculpting a wax model over a clay core, then encasing the wax in an outer clay mold. When the mold is heated, the wax melts and drains out through narrow channels, the veins of the casting. The hollow space between the core and the outer mold is then filled with molten bronze, poured in through the same channels that the wax exited. Once the bronze cools and solidifies, the outer mold is broken away, and the bronze sculpture is revealed. The channels are sealed at the base with pins or nails, plugs that prevent the molten metal from leaking during the pour. Talos is a giant casting come to life. His anatomy, the single vein, the ankle nail, the interior filled with flowing fluid, is the anatomy of a bronze statue in the process of being made, and his death is the reversal of that process. The seal broken, the interior fluid pouring out, the hollow form left empty and cold. He dies the way a casting dies, the foundry seal ruptured, the lifeblood drained, the form abandoned by the substance that gave it purpose. Cook wrote, Talos's death scene reproduces the technicalities of bronze casting. He was made by the process, and he dies by its reversal. He is unmade. What happened next is described in one of the most beautiful similes in all of ancient Greek poetry. Apollonius writes that Talos fell, as a pine tree on a high mountain falls when the woodcutters have hacked through the base of its great trunk. A pine tree on a high mountain. I want you to see this. The image is specific and deliberate, not a tree in a valley or a tree in a garden. A pine tree on a high mountain. A tree that has stood for decades, perhaps centuries, in an exposed position on a ridge or a peak, where the wind has shaped its growth and the lightning has scarred its bark, and the years have given it a density and a mass that trees in sheltered places never achieve. The kind of tree that you can see from miles away, a landmark, a fixed point in the landscape that everyone knows and no one imagines could ever fall. And then the woodcutters come. They hack through the base, not cleanly, not in a single stroke, but slowly, over hours, the axes biting into the heartwood one blow at a time. The tree stands. It stands long past the point where the mathematics of the cut say it should fall, because the remaining wood is stronger than the absent wood, because the tree is still trying to stand, because standing is what it does, what it has always done, and the habit of standing is older and deeper than the damage that is killing it. And then, the lean. The first slight shift, when the massive weight of the trunk and the crown of needles begins to move beyond the center of gravity. For one held breath of a second, the tree is perfectly poised between standing and falling, the last moment of its vertical life. And then the fall itself, which begins with a groan, the deep, slow splintering sound of the remaining wood giving way, and accelerates with a terrible, gathering velocity. The crown sweeping through the air, the branches cracking, the sound building from a creak to a rush to a thunderous impact as something that took a century to grow is reduced, in 3 seconds, to something horizontal and still. Except that this was not wood. This was bronze. And the sound was not a roar but a ring, the resonance of a hollow metal body striking stone, a vast, deep, bell-like tone that carried for miles across the flat water of the harbor, a vibration that the crew of the Argo felt in the planks of the deck and in the bones of their chests before they heard it with their ears. The bronze body of the Guardian of Crete, ringing like a struck bell as it hit the limestone, the sound sustaining and sustaining and sustaining, tapering slowly into silence the way the tone of a bell tapers when the ringer walks away. And then silence, real silence. For the first time in living memory, the coast of Crete at Dikti was still. No footsteps, no vibration in the stone, no ring of bronze on limestone, just the wind and the waves and the cicadas starting up again, tentatively, as though they were not quite sure it was safe. The Argonauts landed. They drew water from the freshwater stream. They rested on the beach, on solid ground, for the first time in days, and they left. Now I want to lay out the full picture, because the existence of 5 different accounts of Talos's death is itself a significant piece of evidence. About the myth, about the cultures that told it, about what the story meant to different people in different times. The first version is the one I just told you. Apollonius's version. The psychic assault by the Keres, the entrancement, the accidental stumble against a jagged crag. In this version, Medea does not physically touch Talos. She does not lie to him. She does not trick him. She wages a battle of minds, her consciousness against his operational logic, and she wins because consciousness, it turns out, is a more powerful tool than invulnerability. The second version comes from Apollodorus's Bibliotheca. In this telling, Medea drives Talos mad, not through the Keres or the evil eye specifically, but through a more general application of sorcery. In his madness, he scratches his ankle against a rock. The mechanism is different in sanity rather than entrancement, but the result is the same. He destroys himself. His body is not breached by an external force. His body breaches itself because his mind has been compromised. The third version, also from Apollodorus, is more transactional and more disturbing in an entirely different way. Medea approaches Talos directly and promises him immortality. She will make him deathless, she says, truly deathless, permanently deathless, not the conditional existence of a constructed being who depends on a single vein and a single nail, if he lets her remove the bronze nail in his ankle. Talos agrees. Medea removes the nail. The ichor drains. He dies. In this version, Medea is a con artist. She identifies the one thing an immortal guardian might want: certainty, permanence, freedom from the anxiety of having a single point of failure, and she exploits that desire to kill him. It is the cruelest version because it makes Talos a victim of hope. The fourth version is implied rather than stated outright. In some readings of Apollodorus, Medea's spells weaken or disorient Talos sufficiently that the Argonauts are able to physically overpower him, to hold him down, to restrain his bronze limbs, and to remove the nail by force. This version distributes the agency across the crew and makes Talos's death a collective act rather than a solo performance. and the fifth version dispenses with Medea entirely. The Argonaut Pias, a skilled archer, the same man who would later inherit Heracles' divine bow and the arrows poisoned with Hydra blood, simply shoots Talos in the ankle from the deck of the ship. An arrow, precisely aimed, hitting the one vulnerable point on an otherwise invulnerable body. No sorcery, no deception, no psychological warfare, just a very good archer with a very clear target. Interestingly, Pias' son Philoctetes would carry those same arrows to Troy, the weapons that finally kill Paris and end the war. There is a chain of inheritance here. The man who killed the first automaton passes down the weapon that kills the man who started the last great war. Why does it matter that there are 5 versions? Because it means the story was told and retold across centuries, by different cultures in different communities, each one finding a different meaning in the same death. Each version emphasizes a different anxiety, a different moral, a different vision of what it means to be powerful and what it means to be vulnerable. The psychic battle version asks, can consciousness defeat invulnerability? The madness version asks, is sanity the price of power? The promise version asks, can hope be used as a weapon? The arrow version asks, is there always a weak point? 5 different questions, 5 different answers, all attached to the same moment. A bronze giant falling on a Mediterranean headland while a ship full of heroes watches from the water. The story of Talos' death is a mirror. 5 cultures looked into it and saw 5 different reflections. I should mention one more detail before we move on. A detail that has puzzled scholars for centuries and that I find quietly moving in a way I cannot entirely explain. In Apollonius's account, immediately before she attacks Talos, before the invocations, before the Charis, before the evil eye, Medea weeps. The text does not say why. It does not explain the tears. It does not attribute them to any specific cause or emotion. Medea, standing on the prow of the Argo, looking at the bronze giant on the clifftop, and tears running down her face. For what? For Talos, who she is about to kill, who has done nothing wrong except execute the purpose he was given. For herself and what she has become, a woman who murders and betrays and destroys, who has crossed every moral line her culture drew, and who cannot stop crossing them because stopping would mean dying. For the ship full of men who are depending on her, who fear her, who need her, who will eventually, though she does not know this yet, abandon her. For the lost possibility of a world in which she did not have to choose between cruelty and death. We do not know. Apollonius does not explain. Ancient scholars debated it without reaching consensus. Modern classicists have written entire papers about those tears. A Cambridge Classical Journal article examined the passage in the context of wedding imagery, arguing that Medea's weeping echoes the ritual tears of a Greek bride leaving her father's house, an interpretation that makes her grief a kind of recognition that she is, once again, about to destroy something she understands and replace it with something unknown. The tears remain unexplained. I find that I prefer them that way. Some things in ancient literature are better left as questions. Not every mystery needs solving. Not every silence needs filling. Now I want to step back from the narrative. We have followed Talos from his making to his destruction, from the forge of Hephaestus to the coast of Dicte, from the first ring of his footsteps on the limestone to the last ring of his body striking the ground. We have heard the competing origin stories, the ritual of the patrol, the burning embrace, the psychic battle, the 5 deaths. The story, as a story, is told. But the question remains, what was Talos? Not in the mythological sense, we have covered that thoroughly. I mean in the interpretive sense. In the sense that scholars and philosophers and historians, and, increasingly, computer scientists have been arguing about for at least 100 years. What kind of thing does the Talos myth describe? What were the ancient Greeks imagining when they told this story? And why does it resonate so powerfully with us now, in an age of actual robots and actual artificial intelligence and actual autonomous systems, 27 centuries after the myth was first recorded? Mayer's answer is the one that has gotten the most attention in recent years, and it deserves serious engagement. Mayer argues in her 2018 book Gods and Robots that Talos is an android robot, not metaphorically, not loosely, not as a modern reinterpretation imposed on ancient material. Specifically, precisely, and structurally, he has a humanoid form, a body in the shape of a man, with limbs and a head and a face. He has an internal power source, the ichor circulating through his single vein, which is both his fuel and his vulnerability. He has encoded behavioral instructions, what Mayer deliberately calls programming. Patrol 3 times daily, identify intruders, respond with force, use thermal attack when physical barriers fail. And he has a single point of system failure, the ankle nail, the one place where the system can be breached and the power source drained. These features, Mayer argues, constitute a complete functional description of a humanoid automaton. The only things missing are a modern power supply and a microprocessor. The concept is all there. The ancient Greeks imagined every essential attribute of a robot: autonomous locomotion, sensory input, behavioral logic, a power system, a kill switch, 2,700 years before any of those things became technologically feasible. She goes further. She notes that the behavioral logic attributed to Talos maps with uncomfortable precision onto the frameworks used by modern roboticists. MIT's early autonomous robots in the 1990s, the ones that navigated obstacle courses and responded to environmental stimuli, operated on a behavioral architecture called subsumption. Sense the environment, evaluate against programmed criteria, select the appropriate response, execute, repeat. That is exactly what Talos does. He senses, he sees approaching ships. He evaluates, he determines whether they are authorized. He selects boulders for distant threats, thermal embrace for close combat. He executes. He repeats. The sophistication has increased by many orders of magnitude between Bronze Age mythology and modern robotics, but the underlying framework, the basic logic of sense, evaluate, respond, repeat, is the same framework the Greeks imagined. This is the core of Mayer's argument, and I think it is both correct and incomplete. Correct because the structural parallel is real and not trivial. The Greeks imagined autonomous agents with sensory input, decision-making logic, and physical response capabilities. That is what a robot is. They imagined it without electricity, without silicon, without any understanding of the physical mechanisms that would eventually make such things possible. They imagined the concept before the technology. And the concept, in its fundamental architecture, was accurate. Incomplete because Mayer's framework treats Talos primarily as a thought experiment about technology, and I think the myth is also, perhaps more fundamentally, a thought experiment about labor, freedom, power, and what it costs a society to delegate the work of protection to something that cannot refuse. The connection was made explicitly by Aristotle. In his Politics, he wrote, "If each instrument could do its own work, obeying or anticipating the will of others, masters would not need slaves." This sentence is usually cited as a prescient glimpse of automation, Aristotle imagining, in the 4th century BCE, the possibility that machines could replace human labor. But the Cambridge scholar Martin de Vecca, in a paper titled "Did the Greeks Believe in Their Robots?", argues that the sentence should be read the other way around. The automaton myth, de Vecca contends, was not entertainment. It was not proto-science fiction. It was not a thought experiment about the future of technology. It was a philosophical argument about slavery and labor, embedded in narrative form and powered by mythological imagination. Talos does the work of 1,000 border guards. He does it without pay, without food, without sleep, without complaint, without the possibility of rebellion or negotiation or striking for better conditions. He is the perfect slave. And the myths of Hephaestus's automatons, all of them, from the self-moving tripods to the golden maidens to the bronze guardian, are the Greek imagination's way of working through the question, what if the tools could do the work and the workers could be free? There is a passage in Plato that adds another dimension to this question. In the Meno, written around 380 BCE, Socrates uses the statues of Daedalus as a philosophical metaphor. Daedalus, the legendary inventor, the builder of the labyrinth, the maker of wings, was credited with making statues that could move on their own. If they are not fastened up, Socrates says, they play truant and run away, but if fastened, they stay where they are. He uses this image to distinguish between opinion, which wanders and shifts and cannot be relied upon, and knowledge, which stays put. But the important thing is not the philosophical point. The important thing is the casualness. Socrates mentions self-moving statues the way you might mention a car or a telephone, as something so familiar to his audience that it requires no explanation, no context, no moment of now, I know this sounds strange. 4th century Athenians, when told that a statue could walk, did not find the idea remarkable. They found it useful as a metaphor. The concept of an autonomous artificial being was, by Plato's time, so deeply embedded in Greek culture that a philosopher could invoke it in passing and expect everyone in the room to nod. That is the world in which the Talos story circulated. Not a world where automatons were exotic fantasies, but a world where they were part of the cultural furniture. The dream of machines that move and act on their own was not a fringe idea in ancient Greece. It was mainstream. It was common knowledge. It was, in a very real sense, something the Greeks believed was possible, not just in myths, but in the workshops of skilled craftsmen who were, by the Hellenistic period, actually building hydraulic automata, mechanical theater devices, and self-pouring wine dispensers for the entertainment of kings. The answer the myths give is not comforting, because as Mayer observes, not one of those myths has a good ending once the creation reaches Earth. The tools do the work. But the tools also kill and burn and destroy, and the workers are not freed, they are terrorized. The dream of automated labor is, in the Greek telling, inseparable from the nightmare of automated violence. You cannot have the tripods without the Talos. You cannot have the convenience without the consequence. There is a physical artifact that I want to describe in more detail, because it tells us something about how the ancient Greeks visualized Talos that the literary sources alone cannot convey. The Talos crater. A volute crater, a large, two-handled bowl used for mixing wine and water at symposia, the drinking parties where Greek men gathered to talk, drink, argue, recite poetry, and occasionally think serious thoughts, painted in the red figure technique, dated to between 425 and 400 BCE. It stands approximately 75 centimeters tall, about hip height on an average person, and it is now housed in the Giada Museum in Ruvo di Puglia, in southern Italy, far from its likely place of manufacture in an Athenian workshop. The painter who created it is unknown. His real name, his biography, his other works all lost. But his work on the single vase was so distinctive, so accomplished, so important to the study of late 5th century Attic vase painting, that art historians gave him a name derived from the vase itself. He is called the Talos painter, an unknown artist, his identity dissolved by time, who earned the only name by which he will ever be known from a picture of a dying robot. There is something appropriate about that, an artist whose identity survives only through a depiction of a being whose identity was never fully settled. The scene on the crater shows Talos in the moment of his collapse. He is rendered in white and yellow paint rather than the standard red figure technique used for the human characters around him, a deliberate artistic choice to indicate that his body is not flesh but metal. Bronze. The different palette separates him visually from the humans in the scene, marking him as something other, something artificial, something that belongs to a different category of being. His arms are outstretched, his body listing, his balance failing. The Dioscuri, Castor, and Pollux, the divine twins who sailed with the Argonauts, grasp his arms, one on each side. Their posture is not aggressive. They are not pulling him down. They appear to be supporting him, or steadying him, or trying to ease his fall, as though even the men who came to overcome him are moved by the pathos of his collapse. Above, Poseidon watches. Below, a female figure flees in visible distress. She has been identified by scholars as a personification of Crete itself, running from the death of her guardian. The island, rendered as a woman, mourning the loss of the being that protected her. The vase tells us several important things. It tells us that by the late 5th century BCE, a century before Apollonius wrote the Argonautica, the Talos myth was important enough, culturally prominent enough, to justify a major artistic commission. It tells us that the Greeks visualized Talos as humanoid, metallic, and mortal, a being that could die, and whose death was worth depicting. It tells us that his death was understood as tragic. The Dioscuri are not celebrating, they are providing comfort. And it tells us that the myth had political resonance. The personification of Crete fleeing suggests that Talos's death was understood as a catastrophe for the island, not merely an inconvenience. The Colossus of Rhodes deserves a brief mention here, because the connection to Talos is tantalizing even if it remains beyond proof. The Colossus, a 33-meter bronze statue of the sun god Helios, completed in 280 BCE, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, shares several features with Talos. Both are bronze, both are Aegean, both are enormous. Both are guardians. The Colossus commemorated the successful defense of Rhodes against Demetrius Poliorcetes in 305 BCE, and both are associated with the sun. Hesychius recorded that Talos in the Cretan dialect meant Helios, and the Colossus was dedicated to Helios. The etymological overlap is real. The thematic overlap is real. Nathan Baddoud, one of the leading experts on the Colossus, traces the word kolossos back to a root meaning magical statue, not simply large figure, which adds another layer. But no ancient source states that the Colossus was modeled on or inspired by the Talos myth. The connection is plausible but unproven. Etymological and mythological, not archaeological. I mention it because I think the uncertainty is itself worth holding. The possibility that the largest bronze statue ever built in the ancient world was, in some sense, an echo of the oldest robot story ever told, even if no one thought to write that connection down. The questions that remain genuinely open. I want to lay these out honestly, because I think the things we do not know about Talos are as important as the things we do, and honest uncertainty is more valuable than false confidence. Was Talos conscious? Did the ancient Greeks consider him a being or a machine? This is the question I return to most often, and the one I find most difficult. It seems simple, but it may be unanswerable, not because the evidence is insufficient, but because the categories themselves may not apply. Apollonius treats Talos's death with genuine pathos. The pine tree simile is elegiac, not clinical. The Dioscuri on the Talos crater support him as he falls, as though they feel something for him. But no ancient source, not one, across all the centuries of telling and retelling, asks whether Talos can feel pain, or loneliness, or the weight of his own repetition. The historian Minsu Kang has argued that the Greeks understood Talos as not a mechanical being, but very much a living creature, which raises the unsettling possibility that the distinction between automaton and living being, between machine and person, is not a universal category, but a modern invention. The Greeks may not have drawn the line where we draw it. They may not have drawn it at all. How old is the story? The earliest explicit mention we have is Simonides, around 556 BCE. The connection to Hesiod's bronze race pushes the tradition back to roughly 700 BCE, but that link is inferential. Hesiod does not name Talos. The story could be far older, a Bronze Age oral tradition preserved across centuries of telling and retelling, growing and shrinking and changing with each generation of tellers. Or it could be a relatively late invention, a myth created in the 7th or 6th century to explain phenomena, the cult of Zeus Talios, the Phaistos coins, the oral traditions of Crete, that were themselves older than the story. We genuinely do not know. The deepest roots of the myth are hidden in the unlit centuries before Greek alphabetic writing, and they may remain hidden permanently. There is a related question that the Bruminate article on Talos raises directly. Did the ancient Greeks even have a concept of not conscious? We tend to assume that the distinction between a thinking being and a non-thinking mechanism is obvious, universal, a basic feature of how minds categorize the world. But that assumption may be wrong. The Greeks lived in an animistic culture where rivers had gods, trees had spirits, and the boundary between the living and the non-living was far more porous than the boundary we draw. A world in which a bronze figure could be simultaneously a machine and a god, in which those categories were not contradictory, is a world with a very different ontology than ours. Talos may not have been conscious or unconscious. He may have existed in a category that our language does not have a word for. Was Talos always one being? The literary sources describe a single guardian. But the coins, the inscriptions, the scattered references to Zeus Talios and the Talia Mountain, these suggest something broader than a single character. Was Talos originally a category, a type of divine guardian, before being consolidated into one figure by the Greek mythographers who preferred clear, individual characters to fuzzy collective concepts? What happened to the body? No source describes the aftermath in detail. The Argonauts landed, drew water, rested, and left. They did not attempt to dismantle the bronze form or carry it away as a trophy or bury it with honors. They left it where it fell. And what became of it then? Whether it was eventually swallowed by the sea, or buried by landslides, or broken apart by later Cretans who needed the bronze for other purposes, or simply left on the headland to oxidize and weather and slowly become part of the landscape, we do not know. There is no archaeological trace of Talos. There is only the story, only the words on papyrus and the paint on a wine bowl and the image on a silver coin. And a question that I return to more often than any other. Does it matter that we cannot answer these questions? Or is the permanence of the mystery itself a kind of answer? A reminder that some things resist explanation, that some stories survive precisely because they cannot be fully resolved, that the bronze guardian of Crete endures in our imagination not despite the uncertainty surrounding him, but because of it. I do not know. I have spent weeks with this story. I have read Apollonius in translation and Cook in the original and Mayer in paperback and Devecca in a PDF downloaded from Cambridge Core at 2 in the morning. And I still do not know what Talos was. I know what he did. I know how he died. I know what scholars think about him and what poets wrote about him and what painters painted on wine bowls 2,400 years ago. But what he was, the final, settled, certain answer to the question, what was this thing? I do not have, and I suspect no one does, and I suspect that is exactly as it should be. For the next entry in the archive, I have been researching something I had not expected to find. Hephaestus also built women, golden women, and unlike Talos, they were described as having minds, real minds, intelligence, knowledge, the capacity for thought and judgment, and possibly feeling. The golden maidens of the Iliad are, in some ways, a more remarkable creation than the bronze guardian, because they raise a question that Talos never quite forces us to confront. The bronze grows quiet. Talos lies where he fell, at the edge of the sea, his ichor pooled on the stones of a Cretan shore. But the ancient world's engineers were not finished. 7 centuries later, on the walls of Constantinople, a different kind of machine was being loaded into position. Not a giant this time. Something worse. Something that you close your eyes and the sea is there. Not the sea as you know it, restless and gray under modern skis, but an older sea. The Marmara. The narrow water between two worlds, between Europe and Asia, between the old Roman world and everything that came after. The year is 678 and the sea is on fire. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Let the fire wait a little longer. Let the story breathe first. You are standing on the seawall of Constantinople, the great city the Romans built on a peninsula of stone and salt air, the city that had been the center of the civilized world for 300 years by the time our story begins. The wall behind you is solid and ancient, limestone blocks fitted so precisely you cannot slide a finger between them. Below you, the water is dark. It smells of brine and cedar pitch and the distant smoke of 1,000 cooking fires. It is late in the evening. The sun went down behind the hills of Thrace an hour ago, and the sky above the Bosphorus still holds a faint bruise of light in the west, purple fading to black at the edges. You have been standing here for a long time. Many people have. This city, this extraordinary city, has been waiting for the Arab fleet now for 5 years. The Umayyad Caliphate was, in the 7th century, the fastest-growing military power the world had ever seen. Within a single generation, Arab armies had swept out of the Arabian Peninsula and taken Syria, Egypt, Persia, and North Africa. They had absorbed the ruins of one empire and were now pressing hard against the walls of another. Constantinople was the prize above all prizes. If it fell, there was nothing between the Caliphate and all of Europe. No wall, no army. No city strong enough to hold. The siege had begun in 674. Muawiyah I, the first Umayyad caliph, sent his admiral Yazid with a fleet numbering in the hundreds. They came every spring when the sailing season opened, and every winter they withdrew to their base at Kyzikos, a peninsula on the southern shore of the Marmara, where they waited for the weather to turn again. Year after year, the Byzantines held the seawall. Year after year, the Arab fleet returned. By 678, something had to change. His name was Kallinikos, and almost nothing certain is known about him. The chronicles say he was a Greek architect or engineer from the Syrian city of Heliopolis, a man who had fled westward when the Arab armies swept through his homeland. He arrived in Constantinople carrying knowledge, or perhaps carrying an idea. The sources are not quite clear on this, and that ambiguity is part of what makes the story so enduring, so easy to turn over in the mind like a smooth stone in a dark hand. What he brought, or what he devised, or what he discovered and refined in the workshops of Constantinople would change the course of history. He called it, or the Byzantines called it, or the chronicles came to call it, hygron per, liquid fire. We know it as Greek fire, though the Byzantines themselves never used that name. To them, it was simply the fire, the sea fire. Sometimes, in the later accounts, simply the secret. Imagine now that you are below the seawall, inside one of the great workshops that lined the Golden Horn, the curved inlet that formed the northern harbor of Constantinople. The air is thick and close. Torches burn along the walls, but carefully, because certain things cannot be allowed near open flame. There are men here who know this. They move with the practiced quiet of people who understand that their work can kill them, and that understanding has made them deliberate and precise. On low wooden benches there are clay amphorae, sealed with wax. There are bronze fittings, complex as jewelry, designed to mate with tubes of a particular diameter. There are bellows, there are hand pumps with leather gaskets. There is a smell in this room that you cannot quite name, something between the sharpness of pine resin and the heavier, earthier smell of something dug from the ground in a place where the earth seeps oil. The men working here are not soldiers. They are closer to philosophers, or to what we might call engineers, though that word carries none of the strangeness of what they are doing. They are creating something that should not exist, a fire that will not go out, a fire that floats. The exact composition of Greek fire is one of the great unsolved mysteries of the ancient and medieval world. This is not an accident. The Byzantines treated the formula with the same secrecy that modern governments treat their most classified weapons programs. It was an imperial secret, held by the emperor himself and by a small number of trusted families who passed the knowledge from father to son, generation to generation. The sources say that the Emperor Constantine Porphyrogenitos, writing in the 10th century, explicitly warned his son never to reveal the secret to any foreign power, not even to allies, not even under pressure, not even if they claimed to be Christians. The secret, he wrote, was revealed by an angel to the first Constantine and was under divine protection. That is the weight they gave it. That is the seriousness with which they guarded it. And yet, despite all that secrecy, or perhaps because of it, the formula was eventually lost. And so historians and chemists have spent centuries trying to reconstruct what the Byzantines knew. The debate is genuinely fascinating, and it is one of those rare debates where no one is quite wrong and no one is quite right, because the evidence is partial and contradictory, and, in the way of all ancient things, filtered through time. The most widely accepted modern hypothesis is that Greek fire was based on crude petroleum, what we would call naphtha, the naturally occurring oil that seeps from the ground in certain parts of the Middle East and the Caucasus. The Byzantines had access to sources of natural petroleum through their trade networks, and naphtha has properties that make it plausible as the core ingredient. It burns intensely. It floats on water. It is difficult to extinguish with water alone because the water simply spreads the burning oil. But naphtha alone does not quite explain everything the sources describe. It does not, by itself, spontaneously ignite on contact with water. It does not produce the roaring noise that the Byzantine chronicles mention, the sound like thunder that accompanied its deployment. It does not cling to wood and stone the way the accounts suggest. And so chemists have proposed additions. Quicklime calcium oxide, which reacts violently with water and generates enormous heat, enough to ignite a flammable oil. Pine resin, which thickens the mixture and makes it cling to surfaces. Saltpeter, which feeds the combustion. Sulfur for the smell and the burn. Some combination of all of these, refined and adjusted over decades of experimentation in those close workshops above the Golden Horn. The Greek historian John Haldon and his colleagues conducted a series of experiments in the 1990s and early 2000s, attempting to recreate a plausible version of Greek fire. They achieved something workable, something that burned on water, that resisted extinguishing, that could be projected as a liquid stream. But they were careful to say that they had achieved a version, a plausible approximation, not the thing itself. The real formula, if it was ever written down, has not survived. It is worth pausing here, in the darkness of this imagined workshop, to simply sit with that fact. The Byzantines possessed a weapon that the entire medieval world feared, that altered the outcome of battles and sieges, and, arguably, the history of civilization, and we do not know exactly how it worked. We do not know the proportions. We do not know the refining process. We do not know what Kallinikos added to the naphtha, or how he discovered that the addition worked, or what accidents in the workshop, what scorched hands and burned eyebrows and hasty retreats to open air preceded the final formula. There is something strangely comforting in this. The ancient world is not fully knowable. It does not give up all its secrets just because we have microscopes and mass spectrometers and centuries of accumulated chemistry. Some things remain, deliberately or accidentally, in the dark. The delivery system, at least, we understand a little better. The Byzantines mounted bronze tubes on the prows of their warships, special vessels called chalandia that were purpose-built for the weapon. The tubes were fitted with nozzles, and behind the tubes were pumps, large hand-operated pumps worked by teams of sailors, and behind the pumps were pressurized containers holding the liquid fire. When the pump mechanism was engaged and a torch was held to the nozzle, the substance was forced out in a pressurized stream and ignited as it left the tube. The effect, according to every source that describes it, was terrifying. The Arab sailors who faced Greek fire at the Battle of Constantinople in 678 had never seen anything like it. They had faced Byzantine warships before. They understood catapults, they understood arrows, they understood the collision of wooden hulls and the hand-to-hand fighting that followed. These were things that could be understood, calculated, defended against. This was something else. The flame came from the prow of the Byzantine ship like the breath of something alive. It roared as it came, a deep mechanical exhalation that the men on the Arab ships heard before they saw what was making it. And then the stream of liquid fire struck the water between the ships, and the water itself began to burn. This is the detail that undoes the imagination. Water burning. Not burning across the water, not fire floating in patches on an oil slick, but the sea surface itself apparently alight, the waves carrying flame, the spray catching and spreading it. The Arab sailors who survived described, in accounts recorded years later by Byzantine and Arab chroniclers alike, the sensation of having nowhere to go. If you jumped into the water to escape the fire on your ship, the water was on fire. If you stayed on the ship, The fire climbed the rigging with a speed that seemed impossible. If you tried to beat it out with cloth or sand, it burned harder. The only thing that helped, somewhat, was vinegar. The Byzantine sources mention this almost with a kind of grim satisfaction, the suggestion that their enemies eventually learned to carry vinegar aboard to fight the fire, and that the vinegar was only partially effective, and that the Byzantines found this entirely acceptable. In 678, the Arab fleet was decisively defeated. The sources give varying numbers, as ancient sources always do, but the scale of the catastrophe for the Umayyad navy is not in dispute. Hundreds of ships, thousands of men. The fleet that had held the Marmara for 5 years withdrew and never fully recovered. A plague and then a violent storm further destroyed what was left of Muawiyah's naval forces as they tried to return home. The Caliph sued for peace. The annual tribute he agreed to pay the Byzantine emperor was, by any measure, a humiliation. Constantinople did not fall, not in 678, not for another 775 years. You should let that number settle in the mind like sediment falling through still water. 775 years. The Byzantine Empire, the continuation of the Eastern Roman Empire, the empire that considered itself the direct heir of Augustus and Constantine and the whole sweep of classical civilization, survived the Arab siege of 678 and went on to endure for nearly 8 more centuries. During those centuries, it would be besieged again, attacked again, nearly destroyed more than once. It would lose and regain territories, rise and fall through dozens of dynasties, produce extraordinary art and architecture and theology and scholarship. And through much of that time, Greek fire remained its ultimate deterrent. In 717 and 718, another Arab fleet came. This time under the Umayyad commander Maslama ibn Abd al-Malik, and this time the siege was the largest in Byzantine history up to that point, a coordinated attack by both land and sea involving perhaps 100,000 men. Greek fire was deployed again. The Arab fleet suffered catastrophic losses. The siege was broken. The empire survived again. In the 10th century, Byzantine warships carried Greek fire into the rivers of the Kievan Rus, burning the fleet of Prince Igor on the Danube. The Russian chronicles record the event with something close to awe. The Russians, they wrote, said that the Byzantines had lightning from heaven and set them on fire, and that is why they did not overcome them. Lightning from heaven. That is what it looked like, from far away and in memory, in the accounts of men who had survived something they could not fully explain. The weapon appeared in the Byzantine arsenal for roughly 4 centuries, from Kalashnikovs in the late 7th century to the decline of Byzantine naval power in the 11th and 12th centuries. During that time, it was used with enough regularity and success that the mere threat of it shaped the behavior of potential enemies. Arab admirals, Viking chieftains, Russian princes, all of them learned to be cautious around Byzantine ships. All of them had heard the stories, or had ancestors who had heard the stories, of what happened to the men who came too close. And then, gradually, the stories became the only thing left. The Byzantine Empire weakened over the 12th and 13th centuries, losing territory to the Crusaders, to the Seljuk Turks, to a dozen smaller pressures. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade did something extraordinary and deeply strange. It sacked Constantinople itself, looting and burning the city that the West had supposedly set out to protect. The Crusaders held Constantinople for 57 years before the Byzantines reclaimed it. But the empire that returned was a shadow of what had gone before. The great workshops, the accumulated knowledge, the chain of transmission from father to son in the families who held the secret, all of this had been disrupted, perhaps permanently. When we search the Byzantine sources after 1200, Greek fire appears less and less. Not because the Byzantines chose not to use it, but because there is reason to believe they had begun to lose the ability to produce it. The specific knowledge, the proportions, the refining process, the particular expertise of the men who had understood what Kalashnikovs had created was fragmenting. Pieces survived. Names survived. The general concept survived, but a weapon is not a concept. A weapon is a process, a material, a craft tradition, and when the people who practice the craft are scattered, and the workshops are destroyed, and the records, if there ever were records, are lost or hidden or burned, what remains is a memory of a capability, not the capability itself. The dream of reconstructing Greek fire has occupied chemists and historians for centuries. The most compelling modern work was done in the late 20th century, when a consortium of historians and chemists, working from the Byzantine sources and from what we know about the naturally occurring petroleum of the Eastern Mediterranean, produced a formulation that was genuinely frightening. It burned on water. It was extremely difficult to extinguish. When projected through a heated tube under pressure, it produced a stream of liquid fire that could travel roughly 15 meters before losing coherence. 15 meters. On a medieval sea, between wooden ships, that distance meant the difference between reaching and not reaching, between burning and surviving. But the researchers were careful to note that they were not certain they had matched the Byzantine formula. Their version worked, but the Byzantine weapon may have been refined far beyond what they achieved through decades or centuries of incremental improvement by people who devoted their working lives to nothing else. The Byzantines had a 400-year head start, and they used that time. There is something that happens when you think about Greek fire at length, in the quiet of a dark room with no light except perhaps a candle on the windowsill and the faint sounds of the night coming through the glass. Something shifts in the way you understand the ancient world. We have a tendency to think of the past as simpler, as less sophisticated, as a place where people knew less and could do less than we can now. And then you encounter something like this, a liquid incendiary weapon so effective that it shaped the history of an entire civilization for 4 centuries, so carefully guarded that its formula was lost when the civilization that made it fell, and something in that easy assumption cracks. They were not simpler, they were different. They knew things we do not know in the way that we know things they did not know, and some of what they knew they took with them when they left. Imagine the sea at night, the Marmara, in a summer when there is no wind. The water is black and perfectly still, reflecting stars so completely that it is hard to tell where the sea ends and the sky begins. The city is dark on its peninsula, the great domes and towers visible only as absences against the stars, shapes where the stars are not. You are very far from the fire now. It happened a long time ago, on a morning that no living person remembers, in a battle that changed the world and is now mostly forgotten except by historians and by people lying quietly in the dark, letting the past come to them. The sea is still. The stars are very far away. The bronze tubes are cold and quiet in some museum storeroom, separated from everything that made them dangerous, separated from the knowledge that gave them meaning. The formula, if it was ever written on parchment or stone or the memory of a careful man, is gone. Kallinikos arrived in Constantinople carrying something. A formula, an idea, a question that turned into an answer in the workshops above the harbor. The Byzantine Empire used what he brought to survive, and they survived long enough to pass other things on, architecture and law and theology and art, to the world that came after them. And when they finally fell, when the last emperor rode into the Ottoman ranks and did not come back, the secret went with them. It is, perhaps, the most successful act of classification in human history. Humanity's first deliberately guarded weapon, kept secret for 4 centuries, then lost so completely that we cannot even be certain we understand its basic chemistry, only that it worked, only that it burned, only that the sea that morning in 678 was on fire and the Arab fleet could not extinguish it and turned away. The sea is very still now. The city on the hill is dark. Whatever burned here is long cool. The water holds the sky. You are still here, and the night is deep, and there is one more machine waiting in the dark, older than fire, stranger than flame, patient as the stone it was cut from. But that is for another moment. For now, only this: the quiet water, the reflected stars, the long silence after the fire goes out. The fires have gone out. The seas are calm again. The secret of Greek fire slipped through the centuries like smoke through fingers, and no one has been able to catch it since. Our last story tonight is smaller, quieter. A clay jar, no bigger than your hand, found in the rubble of a city that no longer exists. It should not be remarkable. But when you look inside, when you see what someone placed there 2,000 years ago, you begin to wonder whether the history of invention is not a straight line after all, but something stranger. Something with gaps, something with echoes. You hold the clay jar in both hands, and it is smaller than you expected. That is always the first thing people notice. They come in expecting something grand, something that announces itself with weight and consequence, and instead they find this. A vessel no larger than your fist, reddish-brown, unremarkable, the kind of thing you might pass in a market stall without a second glance. It fits in your palms as though it were made for them. The clay is rough against your fingers. The bottom is rounded slightly, like a persimmon, like something grown rather than made. You are in a museum in Baghdad. The year is 1938, and the man holding this jar is not you, not yet, but a German archaeologist named Wilhelm Koenig, and he is frowning. Koenig was not supposed to find anything remarkable that day. He was cataloging items recovered from railway construction near the village of Qujat Rabu, a few miles southeast of Baghdad, objects dug up and set aside by workers who had no particular interest in them. This was common. The soil of Iraq is so dense with the residue of civilizations that construction crews find pottery the way gardeners find earthworms, constantly, unremarkably, without ceremony. Most of it goes into crates. Most of it sits in storerooms for decades waiting for someone with enough time and curiosity to look closely. Koenig looked closely. The jar was dated, by the style of its pottery and the context of its discovery, to somewhere between 250 BC and 250 AD, the era of the Parthian Empire, a civilization that occupied the territory between Rome and China and grew wealthy and sophisticated and almost entirely forgotten by the popular imagination of the modern world. The Parthians were merchants and warriors and engineers. They spoke a dozen languages. They traded silk and spices across routes that stitched together half the known world. And someone among them, in some workshop in some courtyard in some city whose name we no longer know, had made this jar. What Koenig noticed, as he turned the vessel in his hands, was that it was not simply a jar. Inside, fitted carefully, was a cylinder of copper sheet, rolled into a tube and soldered closed. The copper was corroded now, green and dull with age, but you could still see the workmanship in it, the deliberate shaping, the care taken to make the cylinder fit snugly within the clay. And inside the copper cylinder, suspended down the center, was a rod of iron, held in place by an asphalt stopper at the top. The stopper had sealed the whole assembly. Whatever had been inside the cylinder, whatever liquid had once filled that narrow copper chamber around the iron rod, was long gone. Evaporated, drunk by 2,000 years of dry air. Koenig sat with this object for a long time. He had seen galvanic cells before. He had studied the history of electricity, as most educated Europeans of his era had, and he knew what Alessandro Volta had built in 1800, the first modern battery, layers of zinc and copper separated by cloth soaked in brine, which produced a steady, quiet, invisible current. He knew the basic principle: two different metals, an electrolyte between them, and the chemistry does the rest. A current flows, not dramatically, not visibly. Just flows, like a thought, like a breath, like something so natural it barely counts as a discovery at all. He looked at the copper cylinder. He looked at the iron rod. He thought about the space between them, the space that had once held liquid. Let yourself imagine it now, because this is where the story becomes something you can almost touch. Imagine someone, a craftsman perhaps, in a workshop fragrant with sawdust and lamp oil and the sour smell of fermenting grape juice, pouring liquid through that asphalt stopper into the copper chamber. The liquid is acidic. Vinegar, perhaps, or the freshly pressed juice of unripe grapes, which the Parthians used in cooking the way we use lemon today. The liquid fills the narrow space between the copper cylinder and the iron rod. And then, in the silence of that workshop, something begins to happen that the craftsman cannot see, cannot hear, cannot smell. Electrons begin to move. The iron rod in contact with the acid begins to oxidize. The copper, more stable, less eager to give up its electrons, creates a difference in potential between the two metals. And that difference, that tiny, invisible gradient, drives a current. Not much of a current. Not enough to light anything, not enough to feel dramatically, not enough to make the air crackle. Approximately 1 volt. About 2/3 of what a modern AA battery produces. But real, measurable. There, in that clay jar, in that courtyard, in that city, 2,000 years ago, the craftsman had built a battery. Whether or not the craftsman knew it. This is the question that makes the Baghdad Battery so strange and so tender a mystery. Not whether it works, because it does, but what it means that someone built it without a theory of why it worked. In 1940, Koenig published a paper proposing his hypothesis. The object, he argued, was an ancient electrochemical cell, a galvanic battery predating Volta by 2 millennia. The academic world received this idea with the particular mixture of fascination and skepticism that greets any claim that disrupts the tidy narrative of progress, because we like our history of invention to be linear. We like the idea that discovery builds on discovery, that each generation hands the next a slightly larger torch. The Baghdad Battery implied something more disorderly, that a technology could appear, fully functional, in a civilization that had no conceptual framework to understand it, no language for what it was doing, no follow-up, no continuation. An invention that arrived and then simply stopped. The jar itself is approximately 5 inches tall, 13 centimeters, to be precise. The copper cylinder inside is about 4 inches long. The iron rod runs down the center and protrudes very slightly above the asphalt seal. In 1938, when Koenig first described it, there were actually several similar objects found in the same region. Some researchers believe there may have been as many as a dozen, though only a handful were formally cataloged before the excavation records became fragmentary. The one that carries the story is the one Koenig described in detail, the one that sat in the Iraq Museum in Baghdad and quietly waited for the 20th century to catch up to it. Other researchers began to test the hypothesis. The first serious replica was built in the 1970s by Arne Eggebrecht, an Egyptologist at the Romer and Pelazius Museum in Hildesheim, Germany. Eggebrecht filled his copper and iron replica with freshly pressed grape juice. He measured the result, approximately 0.5 volt of direct current, sustained and steady. He used this current, transmitted through a gold cyanide solution, to electroplate a thin, even layer of gold onto a silver figurine. The process took only a few hours. The result was indistinguishable from the gilded objects found throughout the ancient Near East, objects archaeologists had long assumed were made by the laborious process of gold leaf application or fire gilding, both of which require heat and considerable skill. Eggebrecht was careful not to overclaim, but the implication hung in the air of his workshop like incense. What if the ancient gilders of Mesopotamia had used something like this? You are starting to feel the weight of this possibility, aren't you? Not dramatically. This is not that kind of story. The weight is gentle, like the weight of a book held open on your chest, like the slow settling of attention into something quiet and vast. Electroplating gold onto silver would explain certain puzzles that have nagged at archaeologists for decades. Some gilded objects from the Parthian era show a remarkably even, thin layer of gold, thinner and more uniform than fire gilding typically produces. The distribution is almost too perfect, almost as though the gold were deposited by some process that moved through liquid rather than applied by hand. This is not conclusive. It is suggestive. It is the kind of evidence that makes careful researchers use phrases like consistent with and cannot be ruled out. which in the quiet language of academia means, we are not ready to say yes, but we are no longer comfortable saying no. There are other hypotheses. Some researchers have proposed that the jars were used for pain relief, that Parthian physicians understood, in some intuitive and empirical way, that applying a small electrical current to the body produced a mild analgesic effect. Primitive electrotherapy. This was, in fact, a practice in the ancient world, though accomplished by different means. The Romans used electric torpedo fish, pressed against arthritic joints, to numb the pain. They did not know why it worked. They knew only that it did. Perhaps the Parthians had found a way to harness that same invisible force without the inconvenience of keeping a saltwater fish in a jar. Others have suggested a religious purpose, that priests used the faint tingle produced by a small galvanic current as part of ritual practice to induce a sensation of sacred contact, to make the divine feel present in the body. This is unprovable and untestable and oddly moving. The idea of someone reaching for transcendence with a clay jar and some grape juice. The idea that the very first battery might have been designed not to power anything, but to make people feel something holy. But here, in the interest of fairness, in the interest of the full picture, because a story told by candlelight should be honest as well as beautiful, here is the skeptic's case. The jar might simply be a jar. It might be a scroll container. Parthian scribes stored papyrus documents in sealed clay vessels, and the shape of the Baghdad Battery is consistent with this purpose. The copper tube might have been a liner to protect the contents from moisture. The iron rod might be a residue of an iron stylus or tool that was stored inside along with the scroll and simply left behind when the document deteriorated. The asphalt seal was a common preservation technique for many kinds of containers. None of these components, taken individually, is unusual. The unusualness is in their combination, and the question of whether that combination was intentional or coincidental is one that the jar itself cannot answer. Paul Kieser, a classicist at the University of Alberta, examined the archaeological evidence in 1993 and concluded that the most parsimonious explanation was indeed the scroll container hypothesis. He noted that there was no surviving ancient text describing anything like electroplating with a galvanic cell, no depiction in any Parthian artwork, no tradition or reference in any contemporary account that would suggest the technology existed. Absence of evidence, of course, is not evidence of absence, but it is a kind of gravity, pulling the wilder hypotheses back toward the ground. The jar works. The replicas prove that, but working is not the same as having been used for what we think it was used for. A modern thermos, filled with flowers and sealed, could theoretically keep those flowers warm, but that would not mean the thermos was designed as a vase. The Mythbusters tested it in 2005. Or rather, they tested the principle, building a series of replica jars and connecting them in series to accumulate enough voltage to electroplate a small object. The experiment worked. The current was real. Adam Savage held the replicated ancient battery and looked at it with the particular expression he reserved for things that genuinely surprised him, which was not a common expression on his face. They concluded that the Baghdad Battery could, functionally, have operated as a galvanic cell. They did not conclude that it had. That distinction matters. That distinction is everything. But there is something in the Mythbusters segment that lingers, long after the credits roll and the episode ends, and you are lying in whatever dark room you find yourself in tonight. There is a moment when one of them holds the replica, the rough clay, the copper cylinder inside, the iron rod, and fills it with lemon juice, and waits, and a small LED light comes on. A tiny light, barely anything, and the expression on their faces is not triumph. It is something quieter. It is the expression of people who have just understood something strange about the nature of time. The Parthian Empire is itself a kind of battery, a civilization that generated enormous energy and then discharged it into the world and left almost no trace in the popular consciousness of the modern era. They ruled from approximately 247 BC to 224 AD, nearly 5 centuries, a span of time longer than the entire history of the United States multiplied by 2. At their height, they controlled territory stretching from what is now Turkey to what is now Afghanistan, from the Caspian Sea to the Persian Gulf. They fought Rome to a standstill at the Battle of Carrhae in 53 BC, one of the most catastrophic Roman military defeats in history, and they did it partly through the invention of the cataphract, a heavily armored mounted soldier that would become the template for the European knight 1,000 years later. They were not primitive. They were not simple. They were not a civilization waiting to be discovered by someone more sophisticated. They built cities with sophisticated water systems. They maintained a postal network that rivaled Rome's. They spoke and read and wrote in multiple languages simultaneously. They were the middlemen of the Silk Road, and they grew rich and cosmopolitan and curious. If any ancient civilization could have stumbled, empirically, onto the principles of electrochemistry, it was probably them. And yet, and this is the part that keeps the mystery alive, keeps it breathing in the dark, even if they had, what would they have done with the knowledge? This is what it means that the invention arrived 2,000 years too early. It is not just about chronology. It is about the difference between knowing that something works and understanding why it works. Alessandro Volta, in 1800, did not simply build a battery. He built a battery because he was part of a tradition of inquiry that included Galvani's experiments with frog legs, which included Benjamin Franklin's work with lightning, which included Newton's mechanics, which included Descartes, which included a chain of accumulated understanding that gave Volta the conceptual vocabulary to know what he had made. He could say, "I have created a device that produces a flow of electrical charge through a conductor due to a chemical reaction." He could write that down, he could teach it, he could hand it to someone else who would build on it. The Parthian craftsman, if this is what happened, if this is what the jar was, could say, "I have learned that if I put iron and copper and sour liquid together in a certain way, a small tingle results. Perhaps the tingle is useful. Perhaps the tingle is sacred. I will make more jars." And then the empire fell, as all empires do, and the workshops were abandoned, and the jars were buried, and the knowledge, if it was knowledge, evaporated with the grape juice. Gone. There is something consoling about this, in the strange way that mysteries can be consoling. It suggests that discovery is not linear. It suggests that the universe does not arrange its secrets along a timeline for our convenience. Sometimes a truth is found before the world has the tools to hold it, the way a child sometimes asks a question that won't have an answer for another 20 years. The question is real. The question is correct. The world simply isn't ready yet. The Baghdad Battery, if that is what it is, was a correct question. It was a precise and functional question, built from clay and copper and iron and the acidic juice of unripe grapes. It worked. It produces current even now, or it would if you filled it again, if you sealed the asphalt stopper over the copper cylinder and the iron rod and poured in some vinegar and waited. 1 volt. Just over 1 volt. The same quiet, invisible, definite flow that would have been there in that Parthian workshop 2,000 years ago. The answer came later. The answer came in the 18th century, in European laboratories, with different materials and different names and different languages. But the question, the shape of the question, the geometry of the question, was already there, in the Kujat Rabu soil, waiting. Let the jar rest now in your mind's hands. Feel the clay, rough and cool. Feel the weight of it, which is lighter than you expected. Inside, in the dark of the copper cylinder, the iron rod waits. The liquid that was there is gone. The current that flowed through some Parthian afternoon 2,000 years ago is gone, but the object remains, and the object is a kind of question, and the question is still open, still breathing, still warm. Was it a battery? Perhaps. Was it used for electroplating? Perhaps. Was it used for ritual, for medicine, for something we have no word for? Perhaps. Did the person who built it understand what they had made, understand it in any way that we would recognize as understanding? Almost certainly not. And somehow that is the most human part of the story. The reaching toward something without a name for it. The building of a thing that works before there is any theory to explain why it works. The trust in the hands, in the experiment, in the tingle against the skin that says, "This is real, this is doing something, I don't know what to call it, but it is real." You don't always need to understand a thing to know that it matters. Let your breath slow now. The clay jar is still in your hands, still warm from your palms, and the lamplight is low. And the workshop where it was made is very far away and very long ago, and somewhere between here and there, between now and then, 2,000 years of silence hold a small electrical current that no one quite knows what to do with. That's all right. Not every question needs an answer tonight. Let the jar go. Let it settle back into the museum case, back into the storeroom crate, back into the railway worker's shovel, back into the ground. Let the ground have it for a while longer. Some things keep best in the dark, in the quiet, in the patient waiting. There are other machines ahead, other mysteries, other objects that arrived before their time, built by hands that understood more than they were supposed to, built for reasons that the soil absorbed along with the builders themselves. But those are for a little later. For now, just the jar. Just the clay and the copper and the iron and the dark. Just the quiet fact that somewhere, in a Parthian afternoon that no longer exists, a current flowed through an acid and through two metals and out into the air of a world that had no word for what it was. The archive grows quiet now. 4 machines, 4 impossibilities, a computer made of bronze, a giant made of metal, a fire that burned on water, a battery that arrived 2,000 years too early. None of them should exist. All of them did. And each one, in its own way, reminds us that the line between ancient and modern is not as clear as we like to think. That genius does not wait for permission. That somewhere, in every age, someone is building something the rest of the world will not understand for centuries. Sleep well tonight. The archive will be here when you return.